So yes, legends, how's everybody doing? Sorry about that. Holy smokes. Right. Okay, let me explain the issue here. Sorry for having you waiting for a few minutes here on the stream, guys. We're going to be analyzing the price of Bitcoin. Of course we are. I had one of the light bulbs of the studio exploding. It literally exploded. And of course the electric jumped. And yeah, let me just get this sorted here. Show my face here 1 second. And we'll get straight into the comment section, legends. I had a bit of an issue here in the studio, guys. Much love. You can see I've got this light, but this light is not working. It exploded. It just went. So that was just before starting the stream. So that was the issue. Okay. Forgive me for having you waiting for a few minutes. Maybe some of you people were in doubt if I was going to, appear on the stream in the end or not. Right. Let me go right away through the comment section and we'll say hello to the beautiful community, of course. Okay. First of all, let me just do that quick disclaimer. This content is for educational purposes only and is not financial advice. The information provided is not guaranteed to be accurate or complete. Always conduct your own research before making any financial decision or any trading decision. Myself or Devil, we are not financial advisors, guys. We just give our experience, knowledge, analysis, trading setups that we're looking at, where we think the price can bounce, where it can, or reject from, right? And let's dive in right away through the comment section. And say hello to the beautiful community. Let me know if you can hear me. You can see me. Microphone's on. Internet's stable for the moment. And yeah, let's dive in, guys. Let me know if you can hear me, if the music's okay. Right. Afternoon. Let's go. Sorry about that. Got my ass whooped with CPI. CPI data coming out. Inflation high, guys. Inflation is high. What's going on? It is sticky eggy. All right, and apparently we got a nice little move up here. We're still in this range. For the last 10 days approximately. Is this bullish? Is it bearish? Probabilities are higher to take out the high, guys. This is from the last few days. The probabilities of this being something corrective is high probability. Despite as much liquidity as there is here or here, the charts tell a story. The probabilities that this is either an A wave or a wave one, you like it or not, is higher than either this being already a finished move and we go straight down to 57k, right? Be careful, bears out there, because you're going to be stuck bearish longer than you think, right? This range is high probability corrective, and that was known already since we were coming all the way here. We did get a little dip, a higher low here. There was a chance for a higher low. We got a triangle formation potential, or maybe the correction finished here. This is a wave one, wave two. Right, we did retrace down to the 0.88 Fibonacci. It is a little bit steep for a wave two, but the probabilities are still higher to take out the highs here at 64.6k rather than roll down already to 57, of course, right? Could we sweep up these lows? Was possible throughout the last few days. In this range, let's discuss the levels and the probabilities, guys, right? Because we are probability traders and we like to trade the levels and the scenarios and maintain good risk management. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. As long as you have very good risk management, you can have okay analysis and have very good risk management and be a profitable trader at the end of the day. Let's go through comment section, say hello to the beautiful community. Okay, my stop loss went a sec before the boom. Yeah, it seemed like more people are bearish. I was more interested in longs the last couple of days, and I am maintaining a few long positions, and longs are paying well. A lot of people bearish here. I'm mainly locally bullish, just locally, just to take out those highs. That's when I'll be collecting more of the profits, such as the swing long or a reclaim of the levels if you did decide you wanted to get into a long here. We're going to break down a few of the scenarios here of this range, but I still remain, you know, I am still remaining locally bullish, okay, until we hit those highs, in my opinion. So yeah, we'll break down the higher time frame. When are we going back down? When is the bear market going to continue, right, to get down to 57k? That's the most important question, I think, for many, because maybe some of you shorted in this range. This for me is a day trading range, okay? You can catch another swing long potentially in this zone to take out the highs. There might be another swing long attempt, right? Let's see. We'll be breaking down the analysis today, guys, okay? We try and look for opportunities every single day or every other day, okay? We do our best to try and look for the best opportunities on Bitcoin. Right, let's get 300 likes today. Let's see if we can get to 300 likes. That would be absolutely awesome. Maybe another 290 times click will help. Hold on a minute. Yeah, sorry about the beginning, guys. The first few minutes I had an issue. The electric went off and internet went off, and thanks to Ecamm, I managed to resume the stream, okay? So yeah, let's go through comment section quickly. Rico, how are you doing? Dead stream. Stuck. Stream not working. I know. Chichan, Andy's landlord didn't pay. Yeah. This is actually my home. One of them. Enrique Monkey, much love. Yeah, it was a light bulb explode from one of the lights here of the studio. Why people in the UK love to say legends? I don't know. Because Andy is a legend. He's not in UK. Yeah, I'm not in UK. Got family in UK, but I am Spanish. Sup, Andy Market M, how are you doing, brother? Nice to see you here. Andy Andres, that is correct. Andy is from Andres. In my national ID, it is Andres. Yes, it is. My name is Andres. Screen, just refresh. BTC is flying. Yeah, it is getting a bit of a pump. Hey trader, how are you doing? We see you, we hear you. Absolutely awesome. Gold star, if only BTC was like the bulb. Yeah. Hey trader, thanks for joining the stream, my man. Much appreciated. And hope you're doing great. Olivier, $1,000 is not flying. Yeah, I mean, it's not really flying. It just got a little bit of a pump. We're still in the range, right? We're still in this local range of the last 10 days. A little bit of a pump, wouldn't say flying. If we were to pump, you know, $7,000-8,000 from here, then I would say, yeah, this is flying, right? For the moment, we're still stuck in this local range. Andy, did you exchange a bulb in your Mac? Yes, I did, my man. Olivier, W Patton, Canada, yo Andy, taking care of us. Yes, I will. I'll do my best. What's up, Anoop? Thanks for joining. Spain playing today in a few hours. That is true. Spain, France, semi-finals. Best YouTube stream for explaining Elliott wave theory. Thank you for another video. Josh, much love. Impossible to know. Why do you have a British accent? Well, I have my mum who's from the Isle of Man. She doesn't like me saying that she's from the UK or from Great Britain, because that is not the case. It's an island between Ireland and England, and probably a little bit of a UK accent because of that. Legend is here. Yo, Andy, Nihal, how are you doing? Andy, today we want live stream with you at 9 during the match. We can doping together. Spain will win. France's favorite. We'll see who. Well, yeah, I'm obviously going to support Spain. Can you give analysis on SEC? Well, we're going to do analysis on Bitcoin. Andres is a legend. Un capo, Andres. Much love to you, my man. Sorry, legend. Is there still hope for my XRP? It's pumping. Or I cut the loss or put stop loss. My man, Charbel. Let's just quickly take a look at XRP, because I remember we were talking about XRP. Hopefully it did get a little bounce, but probably not as powerful as Bitcoin. It is moving. We were talking about the slowdown here a few days, and that you could be lucky here that this is corrective. I mean, the main problem here of XRP is the bounce, right? It does look a bit three wavy, unless you get a bigger, kind of WXY double zigzag here. It's going to be difficult. Okay, I'm aware. I would personally not maintain a long position from higher, getting these bounces. The only hope right now for me would be a double zigzag speculation to the upside that does get above 120. Okay, can't help you much more than that. But yeah, I would not be in a long from higher personally. So anyway, let's dive in through the price of Bitcoin. We'll discuss here a little bit what was mentioned inside of the community, and also throughout the last couple of days. Basically, Devil is back. I know a lot of people love Devil. And Devil is back with the analysis. And yesterday we were very much aware of a few scenarios. Okay, a day trading long opportunity in this area. Some people maintained, some people entered a little later, because we were talking about getting a reclaim of the daily level. We had a daily level in this area yesterday, which a reclaim could have been bullish. We also had a nice high volume node in this range, okay, without counting today's price action. This is on, sorry, my bad, looking at Coinbase at the moment. We don't want to look at Coinbase, we want to look at Bybit. So inside of this range yesterday, it was important to reclaim, right, this point of control, also a daily level that we also had in this zone. Okay, and we were aware of coming down to the value area low of this trading zone as well. Okay, we had a nice high volume node, which would have been nice to reclaim. It was one of the plans here. We needed a reclaim. We had a fake reclaim yesterday. We went back down. This area was interesting for longs yesterday. However, we wanted to be aware that we're below major resistance at the moment. Okay, this was throughout yesterday when we talk about the updates inside of the trading community. We gave a few options to look for a long trade. Okay, inside of the trading community, aware of the daily level, aware of the second highest volume node, and this could be very much an ABC movement to the downside. Okay, we had the movement down. We were aware of a wave 4 and a wave 5. We were aware of the price either bouncing here with a double bottom, which we did not. We came down to daily. We got a reaction at the daily, and we had the second highest volume node of the range to look for an entry on the reclaim. Okay, that's to enter a long position. Let me know if you can see the chart here. Okay, let me know if you can see the chart based on the explanations here of this long. This is the big range of the last 10 days. I wouldn't say it's a big range. It's a range of $3,000, nothing too major. But yesterday, right, we're giving a few options on giving a few updates from what's happening in the trading community. Remember, if we are not on YouTube, we are giving the updates in the community. What levels are good? Okay, and I know we look to long support levels and we look to short resistance zones, and it's natural. It's natural inside of a trader, right, or an unexperienced trader, let's say, that has very poor risk management, to become emotional, right, when you're coming down at support levels. And we need to understand that reclaiming these levels, if you lose the levels, it's not too attractive. If you reclaim one of these levels, it becomes attractive to have a long attempt, right? A second option here was this high volume node. Okay, it needs a reclaim, it needs a fake out, it needs an SFP, however you want to call it. You get below it, it's not interesting. You start getting above it, it looks interesting. This second high volume node from this range of the last 10 days is important, and it gives you the option to long. Lots of people were talking about longing at lower prices, but you might not get that long position. So a reaction and a reclaim of one of these levels. This is the second highest volume node of the range, and this is the one that held, right? That gives you an entry, it gives you a stop loss, it gives you a projection to the upside to reclaim. If you start reclaiming these levels, yeah, well, maintaining that long position is not a bad idea till we actually get above 64.6k, right? This was mainly the long execution entry that was explained on yesterday's video updates, not video updates, sorry, the video screenshot updates inside of the community, right? Then we give the Elliott wave scenarios. We could be forming a triangle. We could be forming, many different things here, many different patterns are very much a possibility. There is the possibility of this movement to the downside. Bullish case scenario is that it's forming an ABC, three-wave structure. For a wave 4, it needs to be a long range because wave 4s need to be similar in size as your wave 2 or even longer most of the times. So we are aware that this could be a three-wave structure. What could we develop as this is a three-wave structure to the downside? Well, one of the options is a triangle, right? If we can still form a lower high here and get a dump. Are we at any strong resistance and is it worth a short? That's what we're going to discuss today. I'm in no local short position at the moment, but there might be an opportunity. I am very much leaning in taking out 64.6k. I'm actually leaning and taking out, 67.2k. This was from a long position that was mentioned 10 days ago in this zone. I am actually, targeting 67.3k. And I am very much in favor of this being a wave 1 or a wave A. Whatever happens here, I am still in favor that we take out the highs. Will it be explosive or will it not be explosive? Well, I don't know. We're going to have to see how the price breaks out from this range and how many waves do we have here to the upside, right? Is it still extending? Regardless, there was a new long opportunity zone in this area. In this area was the longing opportunity zone. Daily level, I attempted the daily, which did get stopped out. And then after reclaiming these levels, you could have had the option because a multiple 1-2 here throughout early this morning is also a possibility. Multiple 1-2 is a possibility. It does look a bit 5-wavy. I mean, preferably you want to get a pullback, right? If you believe it's a 5-waver. Or if you're speculating on multiple 1-2s, right, your stop loss becomes beneath the last higher low. And then you check the price action, the reaction, and then a new long position, right? If it were going to be the case. Multiple 1-2s was an option here, or a 5-wave structure. But 5-wave, you would want to see more of a deeper pullback 3-wave correction. But we reclaimed the daily. We reclaimed that point of control yesterday, that second highest volume node. And this was optional to get into the long position, which we did give on yesterday's update. Okay, just to let you know, that's if you're not inside of the trading community, we gave the option as this is a zone where we could be looking for a long entry. Option number 1, which did not double bottom, and option number 2, which was the second highest volume node. Actually, we do get some people, of course, getting into that long position. Beth Maria Vallejo's always paying attention to the levels and her risk management, and she has to be one of the best traders inside of the community when she pays attention. I'm taking 50% of profits here and leaving a runner from that long trade at 62.3, guys. Remember, we do our best, okay? We do our best to look for the different trading opportunities every day inside of the trading community. If you are not joined already, I'm not sure what you're waiting for, because there are traders in the community that are long from this zone. Okay? Which was basically part of the plan, right? There was no internal short trades throughout yesterday. No short trades were given as a possible setup. So if you ask me about this pump, I'm not surprised, right? I'm not surprised. Anyway, let's go right away through the comment section. Remember, guys, if you want access, send me the word access in the Telegram. You are missing out. Lots of people are enjoying it. The other day, someone didn't enjoy it because there's too many scenarios. We are traders. We adapt to the longs and shorts of the range. Anyway, let's go right away. 52K soon. Not going to be anytime soon, in my opinion. Okay. I'm happily to stay in my longs. Okay. Got that short trade which I believe it's going to get stopped out. I believe the short from 66K is going to get stopped out, and I'm happy in my longs, which was part of the plan throughout the last 10 days. We've still maintained mainly bullish. Shorting scalps is okay. I'm out, of course, of any short scalps of this zone. We did manage to get into a short scalp a few days ago, last week. But no major, if you are shorting anywhere in this zone, you naturally want to take profits. There's small little movements, okay? We can't ask very much here in this range because this range does look corrective. And if this range does look corrective, the priority of whatever happens here when it finishes is to take out this high. So I'm going to be aggressive with the shorts by taking profit at support levels, and I'm going to be more happy to take the long positions till we reach those highs at 64.6. Shorts here in the zone should have been mainly day trade scalps. Little movements of $1,000 to $2,000 max, of course, right? We're in a $2,000 range basically here, so we can't ask for much on the shorts, right? There's no swing shorts available for me here at the moment. I will explain where I'm looking for big swing shorts. Not yet though. Okay, not yet. It will be explained. It's simple, it's easy to understand. If you don't want to understand it, then that's okay, right? It doesn't matter. I'm just explaining the analysis, the Elliott waves, scenarios, Fibonacci timing, with which has higher probability, right? So we're going to break down the waves. We're going to break down the levels. Is a triangle here still possible? We're going to break down a lot of the things, but I'm just happy for the people that are still maintaining the long, because I only took 25% profits from this long position. Okay, that we discussed here last week, saying I'm only taking 25%, guys. I really believe that this could be developing a corrective range, because that's what has priority based on the move up. This range has priority to be corrective. So I'm maintaining a bigger long positions till we take out 64.7, right? Remaining bullishly biased, right? In this range till we take out 64.7, which has been explained throughout the last week, right? It shouldn't be a surprise. So we're going to break down here lots of things, guys. Lots of things. You might think, can this develop a three-wave structure to the upside? Is it possible that a triangle, regardless if it's a triangle or not? Let me just break down here a few of the scenarios. As we discussed the other day, right, I'm really mainly focusing on this move up, which we had a few options, either finishing here or either finishing here, to be a wave 1 or a wave A, right? It doesn't matter where it finishes. Here, what kind of corrections do we have here available, right? This is the question. What corrections are there available here? They, mainly looking at corrections, right? The word itself says, what corrections do we have here? That means if what corrections do we have? It means that we're likely going to take out those highs at some point. 64.7. Is it an ABC flat? Do we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s, which was an option here? Are we going to get 4 5s and SFP from the lows? It's possible. Are we going to be forming? Is this a sideways WXY where you have a flat, you have a zigzag move up and another zigzag down? Is this wave 1 or wave A? And this is wave 2 or wave B? And this push to the upside is wave 1. And this zigzag is wave 2. If that is the case, we are looking for a third wave breakout here. You know, if this is the correct count, where you have a double 1 2, we you know, the push to the upside could be surprising for most. Not for me, because I am aware of this. Yeah, I know we can break out here in a wave 3, because this can be a wave 2. However, when I'm looking at the bearish scenarios, right? Remember, a few days ago, right, we were looking at this move to the upside. On some exchanges, we did not take out this high. On most of the exchanges, it was only mainly on Coinbase, right, as we were discussing right there. If this had to be a truncation, which means that your wave 5 or your wave C, because we are talking about a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the bullish case, well, in an impulse, if move right there, the correction was an A, B, C, right? On most of the exchanges, we did not take out that high, which is disturbing, right? You want to take out that high because a truncation, which is not hitting the high, is actually very, very rare. Yes, you could have had this as an ABC and a C wave as a truncation and we move down. I mean, possible it is, but it would be extremely rare. So when you are believing, right, based on the analysis, right, when you are believing based on the analysis, not because I believe in God, it's because I believe in the analysis, right? When I believe based on what I'm analyzing throughout this rally, that this could be either a wave 1 and a wave A. And what you're forming here, a 3-wave down, this is corrective. After this rally, this is a 3-wave correction down. You have a truncation right there. Anything that comes later, I am going to give priority to a corrective move. Either a triangle, either an ABC flat, which we still needed a 4-5 here, because inside of the C wave of a flat, you need an impulse. You need a 5-wave move. You need a motive wave. It doesn't need to be an impulse. It can be a diagonal, but it needs to be a 5-wave move, which we did not have. So if everything from this low, if all of this price action from the low, and this is what having new information is beautiful about, right? New information will prioritize either going up or going down. You can be as bearish as you want, but the technicals are saying there's priority to move up to take out this high in this range. This range has priority to be corrective. And this is why it's important to understand Elliott wave, Fibonacci timing, retracement. It's very, very important because that gives you the probability side of things, right? If you are using only money flow, RSIs, levels of confluence such as naked point of control, daily, weekly, whatever, you're only going to see a possible rejection point or a possible bouncing point or a possible, rejection or a bounce. how far can that retracement go? How far can this bounce go up? You don't know if you don't know Elliott wave, if you don't know Fibonacci and timing. I'm sorry to say, but you just don't know what major targets you have, right? If you're only looking at liquidity, yeah, I mean, there's liquidity up and down. You got a bunch of liquidity up here. You got a bunch of liquidity down here. Which liquidity comes first to grab? Do you know? I don't know, but I know that the one to the upside has priority based on this structure. And I could be wrong right now. The price could form a lower high and move down. But guess what? I'm not longing here. I'm either longing here or I'm either longing on the pullback at good levels of support, right? Now, obviously, the bounce here, you would feel attracted, right? To short. Like, are we coming into major resistance right now? Is there good resistance? I'm going to have a bad time to try and short here. If we are going to be forming a lower high and rolling down, in the next coming days down to 57K. I'm going to have a hard time to try and find a high probability short here. Because I know based on the information that we've got here from July, the priority is to take out this high. So yeah, little scalps I can get into a short. But, having a swing short down, I'm mainly interested in swing longs. In this range, really, to look to take out that high. So let's discuss here. Let's see if we do have a major zone of resistance. Of course, if we do get this entire range, we are hitting the Valley area high with a high volume node, right? You do have a high volume node here, looking at the volume profile and the Valley area high. So this is without a doubt a resistance area where the price could reject. There's no doubt about it. You can see this high volume node yesterday finding support, right? Even though it's not the point of control of the range of the last 10 days, it's a high volume node. It's Valley area high. This is not the point of control, but it's a high volume node, as you can see here on the shade of the volume profile. This zone is to get ready for longs when you reclaim levels, I'm sorry to say, right? Yeah, you want to be careful as you're losing the daily, as you are losing the highest volume spike here of this consolidation. It's mainly from this consolidation. You want to be careful as long as you're below the level. But when you reclaim it, it starts to look attractive. Hence the reason of the trading plan, which, it's very interesting because we like people to take action here inside the trading community. We give the levels and the options, and there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to agree in taking the long, and some people are not going to agree in taking the long, which is fine. Right? This is myself and Deviled as professional traders, and we'd educate on the risk management and on the trading setups. This is an area to start looking for longs on the reclaim of the level. We explained that the price needs to get back above. It's reclaiming it to consider the good risk management long setup, right? Some are going to take it, some are not, right? I cannot trade for you. Devil cannot trade for you. Devil can give you the levels and the zones of interest, such as myself. Screenshot the trading plan, and with the next Elliott wave scenarios, give you the chance of this being an ABC as well, right? Which was informed throughout yesterday. If we do not follow up with 4/5s to the downside, this could be a ABC move down, meaning that we could get a larger bounce, right? So ABC flat was an idea as well. Of course, you need the 4/5s. you know, Path Mariavejos taking the long, some other people taking a long, took this scalp long on the phone, right? Even sharing here, I took this scalp long on the form here, on the phone from Andy, right? Plan yesterday. This was the plan yesterday. We create the plan, we create the levels, and awesome to see some people actually getting into the long position, which is great, right? That's why we have the community. If we're not on YouTube, we get people ready for the setup with risk management, explaining what the price needs to do to be confident for that long as well. And just happy to see the people, right, moving forward with those great longs. Now, if you ask me, do I want a long here? I personally don't. We're coming into resistance, right? It would be more attractive to look for a short, but I have a problem right now by shorting here. Yesterday, we had many options for a higher low here. One of them was, you know, we could be forming a triangle, right? One of them could be a triangle. You do not want to see that higher low being taken if you're forming a triangle here to then break up eventually at some point. This would be a bullish triangle, a bullish pennant. Another option here is that this is wave 1 or wave A, right? And this correction is already finished, as we did have a 3-wave down. There is a combination on this price action to have a sideways WXY that would finish wave 2 or wave B. If that is the case, we got this as a wave 1 and this as a wave 2. Then we look for 3, 4, 5. So there's many reasons to say that this could be the low of this correction. Even this could be the last higher low before taking out this high, based on the two scenarios that I've explained. Yeah, on the triangle, you would still move down, but then naturally come up. It would be a bullish pennant. So any shorts that are taken here, I don't have very exciting projections. That's the problem. Yeah, you can manage risk naturally and say, you know, I'm going to actually short the triangle attempt, even though to get a little pullback. So yeah, if you manage risk, you know, you want, you know, if you take out these highs, I have to say that it's a matter of time that we do take out those highs. The probabilities increase drastically even more that those highs are going to be taken. So in the bearish case scenario, you would say, I want a triangle. You want a little pullback of $1,000, maybe $1,500. Not much more than that, I would say. But if you are managing risk, I wouldn't have a stop loss up here. I wouldn't have a stop loss even higher. For me, this short is not attractive. I'm sorry. I wish I had a good short trade as we're hitting a resistance today, but I don't have it. Yesterday, I had an awesome long in zone. Of course, I was not live on YouTube yesterday, but I was getting the people ready at certain levels and looking for long setups based on the different Elliott wave scenarios. Triangle, this could be an ABC, to get people ready, right, for the reasoning of that long trade as we're coming up down here, right? I did see in the comment section some people getting stopped out because of the news, right? People were like speculating on a lower high here. For me, there was no short trade setup today. I was more interested in longs on the reclaim in this zone. If this, I would rather long a wave 5 if that would have been the case here for an SFP of the lows. This would have been a very attractive long for me. But when you are speculating on shorting a wave 4, you know, having a possibility of many bullish scenarios, such as a 3-wave ABC for the triangle or for the 1 2 1 2 bang, right? Or A, B, 1 2 3 4 5. You know, shorting here is just, for me, it's you can manage risk and at certain levels attempt a short. I'm not saying it's, but I understand that the risk to reward, is not that great for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're looking for a bounce later on regardless. And longs are looking more attractive to take out the highs, right? I don't know how to explain this maybe I need to speak Spanish. But anyway, I'm happy for some people entering the long position. It's always interesting to see who's more bearish, who's more bullish, right? And there's still quite a lot of people being bearish. I'll start to flip bearish and be very interested in swing shorts after we take out this high over here. Then looking for, once we take out this high, I am aggressively looking for swing short trades to come down to 57 minus 58k. I will be looking for swing shorts, and I will likely get into the swing short with the community, just like getting into the swing long with the community. This awesome swing long trade that was given round about 10, 11 days by now. We cannot brag too much about that swing, but it is a swing long to aim for 67.2k. This is a swing long. This is a chilled swing long from 57.9k. The reaction, right? This is still printing. This is still cooking. This is still on the way potentially to maximize profits. This trade was given about 11, 12 days ago. I haven't given a swing short yet inside of the community, but I will. And it might come very, very soon. Something that does have this type of projection of over $10,000 of a move, which does take a week or two at least to basically cook, right? You need to leave this cooking, because the Elliott wave and the projections have been studied very, very carefully throughout the last few weeks in June, understanding that swing longs are looking very attractive. We need to know exactly where to enter, where our stop loss is, and the projection right now is doing very, very well. And this is the one that is mainly printing at the moment, with over $20,000 in profit at the moment. 19.7, 5,000 already been collected here on this swing long that was given. What do I need for a swing short, right? You may ask me, right? What do I need for a swing short, which will be given in detail with entry, stop loss, the levels, and the projection inside of the trading community. It will be given in detail, but it hasn't been given yet throughout the last 1 to 2 weeks. In this range, there was no swing short available for me. Little scalps, yes, I did provide some scalps. One of them was a good short here last week, basically, but no swings down to 57k. And I want to explain what I need to see, what needs to be given for me, what are the major levels to get into that swing short. If you're excited for that, let's see how many likes. You can do, there's two options, right? You either wait for a YouTube live stream, see if we can get into that nice, good swing short. But if I'm not on a live stream, I'm in the trading community. And if you want those in detail updates, you do have the trading community. Okay. Send me the word access. It's the first link down below, matter of fact. Okay. Because some people ask in the comment section, how do I join? You just send me a message in the Telegram. If you join one of the exchanges, do a minimum deposit. Okay, you will be getting access for free. You got it in the pin message, guys. Anybody that is interested to get the detailed analysis inside of the community. If we're not live on YouTube, we do consistent updates to get people ready for what we're looking for. Levels, right? Managing risk. So we're going to break down right away. How is this breakout going to develop? Is it going to be explosive? Is it going to be a poor breakout? I don't know. I want that high to be hit though, since last week of this range, right? This is not a surprise pump for me. This is a very much expected move up. My question right now, okay, my question right now is this movement to the upside, is it a wave 1 or is it a wave A? That's what I do not know. That's what I do not know. I know it could be either one of two, you know, either a 1 or a wave A. When I do go back, it's like this price action. We had a leading diagonal potential for either a wave 1 or a wave A. This 3-wave structure to the downside into support was either a wave 2 or a wave B. This move to the upside and this correction was either a wave 1 or a wave B. Sorry, or a wave A. This correction down here was either a wave 2 or a wave B. I don't know. The target is to take out the highs. First major target is to take out the highs. What was this in the end, right? Because this analysis, this was from back in March, guys, just to give you an example. This was all on YouTube, inside of trading community as well, all of the follow-ups. This was a swing long that we gave in the trading community as well back in March. I made over $40,000 in April from a setup that was also given inside of the trading community here. What did this end up being, right? So I mean, if we do zoom out, I want to know what did this end up being right over here. I understood, and I'll fast forward here, guys. There's no rush. For me, there's no short here to be taken. Even though we're hitting value area high, and I'm more interested in taking out 64.6k. Then we can talk about the short plans once we break out that high. Okay, so and then longing up here into resistance is not a great idea. At least for me, right? Long in zones here, or I mean, the closest one that we had was here yesterday. In this area, once we got above the first major level of resistance. So going back here to this zone, right? And it's important, guys. This needs to be explained. We need to explain the scenarios so you can understand, right? Especially for the people that are relatively new. People that don't understand it will rather go away and follow somebody that's using moving averages and bullish pennants, right? That's fine. There's plenty of them out there. But if you want someone that shows you in detail and the projections and, you know, how we come up with these scenarios, you want to stick around, right? You want to stick around, and so hopefully it makes sense for you. So back in the day, back in March, you know, into April, we understood that this could be a wave 1 or a wave A as well in the bullish case scenario. We had a bearish case as well, but down here we're not looking for longs, for short, sorry, we were looking for longs. So we understand that this is, what did this end up being, right? If I knew that this could be a wave 2 or a wave B, what did it end up being? Once we got this rally for either wave 3, another wave 1, or a wave C. If this would have been 3, then you want a long 4th wave without overlapping this high, which it did already, so there was red sign. So 3 was immediately, you know, taken off the chart here. It was either a wave 1 or a wave C. We were prioritizing a wave C here. Why? Because this pump was longer. It was a bigger projected move than the first wave 1 potential here, which obviously decreases in probability. So a double 1-2 here to be extremely bullish was low probability. Now, priority was this to be a wave C. If this is a wave C, then obviously priority is to take out the lows, right? Which we did a few weeks after. And that's based on the information as it develops. So what did this end up being down here? Because we also understood on the lower time frame, what did this end up being down here? A wave 2 or a wave B, right? Because we understood that this could be wave 1 or A, and this could be wave 2 or B. It ended up being a wave 2. Why? Because we had multiple 1-2s on the development here. To continue, of course, with 3-4-5s. We maintained bullish market structure throughout the entire April. And I knew it could be either wave 2 or B. And the first target is the highs. This was inevitably a TP1. I was leaving some open. I think one of the hardest things, right, in traders, with traders, is leaving a position open to maximize as much profits throughout the next 1 to 2 weeks, right, give or take. It's one of the main issues of traders, right? It seems like I cannot maximize the profits. I either close too early, and just take wrong decisions. And Elliott wave theory does really help you to leave the projection, right? If you get stopped out at break even and leave a lot on the table, there's gonna be another swing long. There will be another opportunity, right? It's all about detecting it with the new information. Because we took out the high and we corrected down, I said, guys, this is either wave C or it's either another wave 1. Meaning that if it's a wave C, move down, stopped out with the rest of the position at break even, or another wave 2, of course. It ended up with a wave 2. We got a nice break up to the upside, and we understood, right, guys, if this is a double 1-2, we can continue up here for the next couple of weeks to take out this high mainly. So yeah, that's we need to follow up, right, with how the price develops, and we're going to move forward right now, giving the different options. I'll give you the most silly bullish case scenario, which you might think that I'm out of my mind. But funny enough, the probabilities of the low of the bear market being in, I think, are quite low. Okay, I do think that what we are looking at here is a wave 1, and what I would be looking for is a wave 2 here to then finally move down in a wave 3. That's what I would be expecting based on the higher time frame analysis. However, this does have a chance of being a finished impulse. This movement right over here has a chance of being being a finished 5-wave structure. And if this has the chance of being a 5-wave finished impulse, okay, which was mainly the long idea, guys, this has the chance of finishing an impulse. When we were trading here at $58,000, hence the long position that was given a couple of weeks ago inside of the trading community, right? Understanding, this was only the lower time frame, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but on the higher time frame, we were discussing that this could be the end, right, of an impulse down from $82,000. That means the only thing that means when you're coming down here at awesome support is that this bounce could very, very likely, with high probability, come up to 67.3K, which is the 382 Fibonacci from the impulse, which is considered a minimum target. We can go to 50% and even golden pocket at 74K. Well, the first target is this one. Because this is higher time frame, it's obviously a $10,000 move. But that's the minimum target. That's the swing long target right there from 2 weeks ago. When is the swing short opportunity? When are we going down to sub 57k, because I'm short in this range and I'm going to be adding to my shorts, and I'm going to say be careful, because the bounce could be a lot bigger than you think. It can be bigger than you think, of course. Now on the higher time frame, let's break down. There's no rush, guys, for this short, at least for me. If you want to take a short, if you're managing risk, I'm not shorting here in where we are at the moment. So there's going to be time to go through the lower time frame and look for the trading ideas with Fibonacci time, Elliott wave, of course, major levels of resistance. There's going to be time to get ready for that short position. I'm in no rush. I know the swing short, once it's entered, it's going to pay off for a few weeks, right? We don't make quick gains today, right now. You know, the gains are built up with patience, having a plan ready, and just letting the longs, you know, cook based on your analysis, based on your accurate analysis, right? And you let it cook, and you let it make gains on its own by waiting to see if we can reach those levels based on your swing trade idea. We want to collect a little bit on the way up. I'm not saying we don't. Okay, of course we want to collect a little bit, but I've only collected 25% of this swing long. So zooming out, the higher time frame bearish case scenario, which makes a lot of sense when we consider the 4-year cycle theory. We'll zoom in on the lower time frame, guys, but this is important to understand, in my opinion. The higher time frame bearish case scenario would be a 5-wave move down here, which your 5th wave is a little bit extended, but it's a very valid count. Very, very valid count. I know some people already know about this, but some people might not. Much love to everybody. Andy, how do I get your tan now? Much love, Bathmadia. Thanks for joining the stream. Much love. I was just bragging about you, of how great of a student and a trader that you are. And, you know, just basically entering the trading plans. Latest one being the one from yesterday. You're an absolute legend, Bath. You are, I would argue, discuss, my #1 student. Much love. Hope you're having a great time. Andy deserve more. This is the best alpha on YouTube. Thanks so much, Olivia. Much love to you, my man. I have a theory. Because this is complex and difficult to understand, because, you know, I think, I'm sorry to say, if I have less views and less likes and people leave, it's because their attention span is small. What can we do, right? What can we do? But anyway, it is what it is. It doesn't matter. The people that stick around are the ones that will learn a lot and will succeed. So this movement to the upside, to the downside, there is a bullish case, unfortunately, and I know a lot of people are not in favor of the bullish case. I do not believe that the low of the bear market is in here, but I know there is a chance. So we need to follow up here. Don't worry about it, because I will look for shorts to come back down sub 58k, regardless if this is the low or not, because I will still maintain part of the long position, just in case, holy muck, you know, things are looking more bullish than I thought, right? And we start heading to 80, 90k. I want to maximize as much as well to the upside, and I'm going to leave some part of the swing long open, because it will be a hedge against any stop losses from the short, which is a very, very smart way of trading. And obviously, if you get stopped out of a short attempt, right, you can pay off your short attempts with the swing long, right? It's called hedging, which is a very, very smart way to be confident in getting into these short positions, because you basically have a long that's paying, you know, your shorts. Not that I have many short attempts and get stopped out many times. Because you guys know me, the ones that have been long enough here. I'm very patient. I'm very, very patient on my trades. I don't have 5 attempts a day. It's either 2 good attempts in the week, and once we have got the good attempt, right, it's the one that pays. So this movement to the downside, most bearish case has been a wave 1. That would be horrendous, because that means that we could go to, we could have a multi-year bear market, but we ain't going to go down that rabbit hole at the moment. We're going to follow the one that looks more likely to happen, which would be the 4-year cycle theory option here when we're counting Elliott wave theory in this downtrend from all-time high. We have 4-year cycle theory hasn't failed mainly. It's 3 years of a bull run, right, till we bottom out, and 1 year of a bear market. At least the 2 previous cycles have been very accurate with that. And we know the percentage drawdown is an average of 80%, right? Be it last one was 84, previous 77. Let's just say we go down 60 to 70% here on this cycle. That means that we should be bottoming out somewhere around October, November, if we're going to follow the 4-year cycle theory, which has been pretty accurate on the previous cycles, right? So there's nothing being invalidated here. If we go with this scenario, I would want to label this 3-wave move to the downside as a wave A, right? Wave A here. To the downside. This already would fit nicely for your wave B. We did hit the 382 on the logarithmic chart, okay, when we flip to logarithmic. It's important when you have more than a 20% move, you want to flip to logarithmic, and we did hit the 382 Fibonacci, right? From the high to the low, minimum target, perfect for a B wave, that's okay. So we've hit the 382 Fibonacci at a bare minimum. We had a 3-wave structure to the upside here, which is also the possibility for a B wave, right? So this is what would make more sense for the bear market, right? Wave A, wave B, 5-wave down for wave A, 3-wave move up for wave B. Bullish option is you've got a finished impulse here, and that's your wave C as well. The wave C would be small, but when we go through the higher time frames, well, as long as you take out the low, this could already be a 3-wave structure. Wave A is much longer, yes, so it does make sense looking at the other bearish case, which is forming a wave 2 here, and then 3, 4, 5. Right, for your wave C to come down here. This is what would make more sense based on timing, right? Symmetry. You want something symmetrical. Your wave A similar in size and in time as your wave C. If the low of the bear market would be here for this as an ABC, the probabilities are lower. Why? Because wave C is much smaller in time and price action than your wave A, and that decreases the probability, right? We like symmetry, similar in size. It doesn't have to be the same, but similar, maybe slightly smaller or shorter in time, maybe slightly longer in price action, maybe slightly longer in time as well, but not extremely small like this, right? When we take a look at the length, if this were to be the ABC of the bear market, right, out of speculation, which is valid because you took out the low, right? The low was taken, so this can be counted as a 3-wave move already. But out of curiosity, right, what's the length of your wave C? We get Fibonacci extension, get the length of the wave C, and we put it all the way up here to the length here, right, to the all-time high to see the length of the first move down. So we can see here, default, it's over twice the length, right? This movement up, this movement down, right, is twice the length of your wave C. Okay, that is rare. It is more common to see your wave C, twice the length of your wave A. So if we were to see the timing, which is also important, get the wave C top to the wave low, this is the speculation, of course, and we take a look at the timing, your wave A is over twice the length in time, which is it's okay. Timing is okay here, actually. Timing is okay. Your wave A can be longer in time than your wave C. But what is rare is the price action, right? Price action, usually your wave C hits the 1-to-1 to the 1236 extension. And I do believe that this would be the highest probability. Let's put this also on logarithmic log scale. There we go. This is coming down to about $40,000 to $32,000. This does make a lot of sense for the bear market low to be in that zone, and this is actually a common target for your wave C. So I'm just breaking down, brainstorming here, what would make more sense for the bear market. Okay. And swing shorts are going to be looking very, very attractive. I do not believe that wave C is in here. I do not believe that this is a three-wave structure just because, it's low probability. I am ready for it. I would be more than happy if the price absolutely rockets from here in the next few months, because I've bought some spot Bitcoin. I'm looking for longs. I'm in a long position. I'm more than happy the price that just explodes out and just continues the rallying, because we're maximizing profits here. And we understand that as long as the movements here to the downside and to the upside, as long as we have a possibility that this can be a wave 1 and this can be a wave 2, and that the ranges look corrective and it prioritizes that we take out the high, I'm going to maintain swing long. And I'm going to be looking for new intraday long entries as well, because everything points out that this is still a first wave and this is a corrective wave. The next waves are going to be looking interesting. That's what we will discuss now in the lower time frames, okay? But we'll get ready for the swing short, guys. The swing short will be mentioned in the trading community, just as this swing long that was here last week, well, over a week ago now, will be talked about. We'll be getting ready for people to maximize. I got somebody yesterday asking, what's the changes on the swing long when we were coming down to this zone? I'm like, swing long hasn't changed at all. Still remaining on the big swing long. People were curious about, am I taking profit here? I'm saying no. This still has a good chance of being something corrective. If we do, it would be better to break out from here, because then we have the chance of a 1-2, 1-2. And if that is the case, holy smokes, I don't know how high we can go here. We need the waves to develop. Forming a triangle would be a little bit of a shame. Get a lower high and get a correction here. There's still a chance for a multiple 1-2. But if we have a triangle, wave 2 cannot be a triangle. So that's already going to be a red flag to get much more upside. Triangles cannot be formed in wave 2s. Only in wave 4s, on wave X's, on wave B's, right? Of a zigzag ABC, yes, you can have a triangle, right? And this is why this will likely be either a wave X or a wave B. And if that is either a wave X or a wave B, of course, we need one more push down here to have a completed triangle, because we need 5 waves inside of the triangle. A triangle always has 5 waves, always, but it's math. It's always. Yes, on a sideways WXY, right, you could have a triangle, of course, and you might think this wave, this triangle has 7 waves. It's because you have a W and a wave X, and then you have 5 waves and your wave Y. But a triangle always has 5 waves, always. Show me a triangle and I will show you how it has 5 waves. Any triangle, anywhere, whatever time, it has 5 waves. Always, 100% always. Okay, you can have internal smaller waves inside of the wave that might look like it has 7 or 9 waves, but that is not the case, right? So this does need another wave down here to complete this specific triangle that we mentioned, okay, in the community as well. We need one more move down, so we have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C, D, E. If we were to complete a triangle here, there's going to be a problem. I won't be so bullish. I will be very ready for the swing shorts. Of course, you can still project very high, but I will be looking at the uptrend movement with levels of resistance to find the best swing short opportunity where I can make incredible amount of gains either in August or September. We just don't know yet if it's going to be bullish or not, right, or bearish. I don't know yet based on the local information. Local information is to take out 64.6k. Once we take out the high, then we'll be analyzing very, very carefully throughout the next coming days where the swing short opportunity will be, and I'm confident that that will be found, and a lot of gains will be made throughout August or September. So yeah, we will be following that up inside the trading community. So if you are interested in how I am going to get into that epic swing short, such as this epic swing long that was provided about 12 days ago, you want to be inside of the trading community so you know exactly what I am doing and what are the scenarios that I'm looking for, because I have a track record. I do make incredible gains based on this, and I can prove it. And if you are interested in knowing that, knowing the trades and everything, you want to join the trading community, which is in the pinned comment or the first link down below. It's the Telegram. Okay, we got the community in the Telegram. So send me the word access and I'll send you the info. If you sign up throughout one of the affiliate links and do a minimum deposit for your own trading, you have access for free. Okay, right. So I'm moving back and forward here, but let's just finish here with the higher time frame. I don't think that this is the low of the bear market. Okay, just so you know, I know it's possible, but the probabilities are low. Probabilities will increase. Well, we'll figure it out. If we are going to start moving up very aggressively, we're going to start believing that there is an impulse forming to the upside. If we can count the multiple 1, 2s, the 3, right, 4, 5s, and this does look incredibly bullish as an impulse. We'll discuss if an ABC flat looks good or not, but we'll discuss that as we go. But for the moment, looking for a corrective move to the upside throughout the next coming weeks looks more attractive to consider the 4-year cycle, Elliott wave theory, bearish case scenario. The most simple, the one that looks more attractive, is looking for a regular large ABC movement to the downside. Now, this doesn't mean it's going to happen. We will follow up. I am in no local short position. The short that was taken, it was taken 3-4 weeks ago, which, profits were taken from that short. This short was actually taken on YouTube as a potential swing. You remember, guys, that daily reaction, golden pocket, possible multiple 1, 2, or diagonal, and this is a wave 2. And we guys, we got a possible ABC up. I didn't catch the high. This is a valid swing short. more than 50% of the profits were taken, and now no local swing short throughout the last couple of weeks with this movement to the upside. Swing shorts, not ready for them as of yet. So yeah, price is moving up beautifully. For me, I'm not interested in the shorts at the resistance here because I'm aware of so many bullish scenarios that, for me, it's not worth shorting a triangle speculation for a little dump of $1,000. Understanding there's more bullish options to the upside. So going back with this on the higher time frame, guys, don't worry, we'll get to the 1 hour time frame right now, and we'll discuss the shorting options, okay? But price action is proving itself. Not interested in shorts here at the moment, guys. On the stream, there's going to be time to talk for shorts because I think that the highs are going to be taken. Look like those highs are going to be taken on stream. So probabilities are playing out, right? Right. This option looks attractive. Impulse move down here, looking for wave 2, then 3, 4, 5 into September, October. Right? This is a scenario that looks, quite attractive. Based on 4-year cycle theory, based on the drawdown, and based on this Elliott wave scenario that counts in very, very nicely. This wave 2, a minimum target, most commonly 90% of the times, even more, you want to hit the 382 Fibonacci from the high to the low. So, which is coming in at 67K area. So, yeah, even in the bearish case scenario to continue the bear market, we do expect the price to, reach at least, 66.5, the 382 logarithmic, but, even higher. That's the minimum target. That's the minimum target, right? Wave 2 can go to the 7.8 Fibonacci, which is, all the way up here at 76K. So there is time still to, let it cook, let it see what it wants to form as we take out those local highs. Those local highs have been just hit as we speak right now. Is it going to continue pumping? Volume is increasing, which is nice. Yeah, volume increasing also here on Coinbase. But yeah, this is the moment to be aware. I think there is, if we do SFP, I need to take profits from the long positions. Profits need to be taken from the swing longs. Paz Maria Vallejos, if you're still inside of the stream, I know you did take 50% already, but if you are, if we do maintain breaking out from here and do not SFP, it's still worth maintaining some of the long position, of course. No reason to close unless we find a nasty rejection from the highs here. If there's no rejection from the highs, let it run. Let it run. Right, let's go. Price is pumping. Not surprised. So yeah, as explained on the most bearish case scenario, we still want to see at least about 67K. We're only a few $1,000s away at the moment, but at least that level being hit. And this could still extend for a few weeks into August, okay? There's no rush, in my opinion, for a swing short at the moment. There's no rush. So you can see here, based on timing as well, if this were to be the end of an impulse, we still need to cross the 382 Fibonacci time, which is on the 23rd of July. That's, still 9 days away. Over 77% of the times after an impulse, you do cross the 382 Fibonacci to finish a correction. So there's still over 9 days till we cross the 382. So any swing shorts that are looked at before the 23rd of July, I'll be very, very cautious about that, because I know this could extend in a more sideways WXY and then start dumping down the first week of August, maybe, right, or second week of August very aggressively. We'll have to follow up on this, but there's so many technicals that are telling me not to short yet, not to look for the swing shorts. So many technicals to say don't swing short yet. Just don't know here how this wave 2 could develop. I would at least want to see the highs being created after the 23rd of July. So we still have 9 days for that. So still a lot of time. And as explained, very, very locally, there is, on the most bullish case scenario for the correction here, we really need to follow up, of course. But the most bullish case here is an A, B, and C, right? That A wave right over here, you got a complex sideways WXY, which we did discuss throughout the last, last week. And, most bullish option here for this correction, the most bullish one would be that this is a wave 1, this is wave 2, and then wave 3 obviously extends a little bit higher, right? And you just look for an impulse starting from this low, which we understand could be the low. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And that's the wave C. We will follow up on this, of course. Let me just double check here. Yeah, value area high of the range. So this is gonna be this is a zone where the price could really pop out. Anyway, this is on the higher time frame. This is what would make more sense, okay? So as explained, I'm not in a rush to get into a swing short here as of yet, and especially understanding that this is, throughout the last week we understood that I'm looking at this to be high priority, a wave 1 or a wave A, and whatever forms here is likely going to be a wave 2 or a wave B, despite getting down to 60k or not, right? Looking for those highs to be hit again. This is why we remaining mainly in the long position, right? From that swing long. And I know many of the trading community are still in the swing long. It's just a bit boring, right? Because it just takes time. I was already letting the people know that this could take a few weeks to develop. Swing long entry, okay? This is going to take a few weeks to develop. So happy to see still some people in the long position and still, not taken still most of the profit, such as myself, right? Which I'm maintaining in 25%. 75%, sorry, I only took 25% of profit last week because I understood that a movement could come to the downside. So happy swing long. The ones who remained swing long and did not look for swing shorts, only scalp shorts were available in this area throughout the entire week last week. in the trading community. Only day trade shorts were available, in my opinion, right? You can do whatever you want, but mainly swing long, which has been awesome to see a lot of the people following and actually making some pretty damn decent profits in the community. Remember, guys, where to find us inside of the community. Just send me the word access in the Telegram and I'll share the instructions. You have many different options to sign up to Bluffin Weeks 2-bit, right, where you get the best deals and bonuses and fee discounts. Okay, you got many different options. Okay, Bluffin 2-bit, minimum deposit for your own trading, and join the trading community where I'm sharing the levels, the setups, and obviously people taking action. Okay, a lot of people taking action on these trading setups, which is beautiful to see. Even the latest one from yesterday, which was the day trade to, you know, arguably discuss to swing long, right? You could arguably discuss that was also a swing long attempt, but it was mainly for the entry. I can see Bathmadia, you know, a lot of people are saying, you know, I'm taking 50% profit from that long that we discussed yesterday here. We got option 1, which did not form a double bottom. And then the option 2, the second highest volume node of the range, which could be that entry trigger. Some people are still in that long position, which is very, very nice to see. This was mentioned yesterday. Okay, these setups were mentioned yesterday inside of the trading community. Right. Let's forget about all this higher time frame stuff. And let's talk about now the lower time frame, because those highs have been taken. So as those highs have been taken, we do have the option for an ABC. We have the option already for the ABC. Right? Do we have the option for this to be the finished ABC? Value area high of this entire range is going to be a tough nut to crack. We got rejected twice last week. Rejection here, rejection here. Is this a fake out? Triple top, right? Some may say. Is it going to be a triple top? When you take a look at the analysis, not the analysis. When you take a look at the range, I'm not going to short here for the moment unless we get a significant, rejection in an impulse on the 5-minute. I think I'm not going to be able to short an SFB here. I mean, you could give it an attempt in a small position, because I mean, if this ends up being the C wave, obviously, the move down could be aggressive throughout the next couple of weeks, right? For me, it's not going to be easy for the short. I'm really not interested. This would be one of those SFPs that I would miss. When you hit a value area high, not once, not twice, but 3 times, it becomes a weak level, and the probabilities of breaking the level is increases, of course, right? The more you bash on a door or whatever, you get a hammer, right? Bash it once, you're probably not going to open the door. Bash it twice, maybe not twice, but if you bash it 3-4 times, you're probably going to end up opening the door, right? So this is the same theory, right? Bash it once, you ain't going to open it. Bash it twice, 3-4 times, you're probably going to end up breaking out from that door. So this is the same theory here with the technicals on a confluence zone. This is why this is, one. We talked about this short. Okay. When was this? This was on the 6th of July. We were trading somewhere in this zone. It was a shorting idea that we had. Value area high, first rejection. This is a valid short. Let me know. Maybe you were still in that short. Most of the profit should have been taken as well, because we were, in favor of something like this or like this, doesn't matter. But this a short here right now, bang, bang, bang. First time, yes. Not even the second time. You know, the second time we only SFP'd on Coinbase. On some exchanges we didn't, so it was a difficult short. But it was a valid SFP. We had a scenario last week where we could have formed an ABC flat, and a double top here was attractive because of that. We had the double top or the 1 2 3 6 to short. It was a little bit of people were upset about this because we did an SFP on most of the exchanges, and you know, we talked about that short, and people were angry. Well, no, it was only one main guy on a stream last week saying, we did an SFP, so you can't talk about the short. Well, yesterday we were looking for longs in this zone, right? It doesn't matter. There's going to be an opportunity. There will be an opportunity, and the opportunity will be given. And yesterday, if you weren't happy about the short last week on Friday, you should be happy of the long from yesterday, Sunday, which we were very much ready. Monday. We were ready for this. Ready for the long attempt. So there's trading opportunities as we go, guys. There is trading opportunities. People were pissed off because I say people, it was only one main guy, that we did not form a double top here. I didn't short here. Doesn't matter. But guess what? We figured out, based on the entire price action and the levels that we had inside of this zone, and based on the waves, that this could also be a wave 2 or a C wave of a triangle. But this was the zone to bounce, the second highest volume node. We want to try and maintain a higher low, especially if this is going to be an ABC. We were aware that this could be an ABC. You need a wave 4 and wave 5. Worst case scenario, you get stopped out. But best case scenario, you're in a huge long position right now from here. And this was mentioned in the trading community yesterday. I like to talk about the swing longs from 2 weeks, because the swing long is the $10,000 projection. But just yesterday, we were ready for these levels, one of them to get the reaction for that swing long. Guys, you know where to find us. Trading community. I mean, I really like to brag about the levels and setups, because we are the best, guys. That's it, period. I came to the conclusion because I've been in many of the different groups, and I have to say, holy smokes, we are the best. We literally are the best. Anyway, well, I love to brag, guys. When you're good, it's just inevitable not to talk about it. Right now, time for calming down. Okay, let's get that ego down. Get the ego down, and let's try and discuss here the bearish options. Okay, we're going to discuss the bearish options right away, legends. I would favor higher from here. How can I fit an ABC? How can I fit a 3-wave structure such as this one? How can I fit a 3-wave structure from here? A solid 3-wave move up. Right? And I need to figure out an ABC. Would it make sense for this to be the low and that your C wave is finishing here? Well, no. Because from this low, you got a 3-wave move up. So yeah, I'm not happy. You need a 5-wave move up to finish a C wave. So I'm not happy with this to be the low and looking for a C wave. So that's not good. That's not giving me confidence to short here. So then I need to go with the next low. However, can I finish my B wave right there? This is going to be tricky. This is going to be tricky from one of these highs. From this high, I cannot have a WXY Why? Because you have a 3 wave down and you have this push up, right? I mean, let's speculate that this is W and that's wave X. What does this look like? 3 wave move down. And if you have a zigzag ABC down in W, you cannot have an ABC down in wave Y. So this is not possible. So I cannot, yeah, this could be your wave C, but I need to figure out what kind of corrective moves I can have here. So this can be B. B cannot be here. I mean, it can be here. The problem is C wave can't finish here. And if B wave is here, what other combinations do I have here? I mean, this would have to be a very, very cheeky scenario, but I have to say, because we formed a lower high on most of the exchanges, yeah, a triangle here would be possible. I have to say, a triangle here would be possible. It's not the best looking one. It's a running triangle where your B wave overlaps your A wave. This is a valid count for a triangle, okay? It's a running triangle. On running triangles, your B wave overlaps the start of your A wave. 5 wave move, finishing an impulse here. Right, now this does make more sense. So I have to say there is a valid option, and we are building up here as we go here. There would be a valid option for a running triangle for the bearish case. Yeah, it is without a doubt an option. Now, the on the higher time frame, right, we have been discussing throughout the previous weeks, okay, which I don't mind if we were to roll down to 57k. I don't mind, because I know there would be another swing long opportunity in this area, okay? I did make that clear in the last couple of weeks that, guys, I am going to remain swing long and move as we go. And if we were to form a corrective structure here that does not take out 67k, there will be a greater swing long later on, okay? This swing long, this bearish scenario, right, let's say for a 3 wave move here, is from having a double 4-5. I am in favor of the impulse finishing already, okay? I'm just looking at the local bearish options. I'm in favor of the low being here and a larger bounce and a larger range to develop in the coming weeks. I am in favor of that. Hence, I remain swing long, and I remain 75% in that position of that swing long that we discussed in the trading community, okay? I still remain more bullish and for more upside, okay? But I'm very interested in looking for the swing short attempts and to take out 57k, which I think is not going to happen anytime soon. But what we do have in this bearish option is a 5 wave move to the downside, which has not finished, right? We would still be looking for one more low. And what we would have in this case is a double 1-2, okay? Double 1-2. It's still an option. This would be very, very difficult for me to get into this short position. I would need an impulse down really and get into the bounce. Range point of control, just checking the levels to the upside. We got a weekly level at 65.7. I mean, there's only one level that I will attempt a short for an entry if I want to try and catch the high here. And that's 65.7k zone, where we do have a great weekly level with a lower high, which, you know, just the confluence here based on the liquidity grab of this major lower high which is with the weekly level, I think it's just worth an attempt. It is definitely worth an attempt for me, and you need to SFP from it, right? So if you break it and you maintain above that level, I will not short. If we do SFP from it, get price action above and below the level, I will very happily attempt that short position. It's for the entry, right? You know, could this be the entry where the price just follows down here and ends up moving in an impulse to the downside? Well, maybe it does, right? But it's for the entry mainly, and then we'll follow up if we do move down impulsively or not, to see if it's worth holding that short. Because you know what's more important in trading is to maximize profits, right? And from this swing long, I've been following up, of course, with the community. I only took 25% profits, and I think it's very much worth holding most of the long position, because I think July is going to be awesome. And for the moment it is, right? For the moment it is. I'm very, very happy with July's profits. Now just brainstorming here some bearish options, really. So I'm only attractive zone for me to speculate on this bearish option. The only level that I would attempt to short to try and catch the high, which is very difficult, is a major confluence zone for this 112 and 445. And that level, it is common to get your second wave 4 being lower than the previous one. So I'm patient, and people that know me long enough know that I'm very patient, and patient pays. Unless you get a sign of weakness and we need to join the short later on, right? Which is still okay. Still okay. If you didn't catch the low, there is a way of catching a higher low as well. We discussed this long here, and we discussed this long yesterday on the reclaim of one of the levels. So we were ready and waiting for one of the long trades as well yesterday for the entry, right? There's a bullish option to take out the highs, but it's the entry mainly. We were aware of that entry right here. So we don't need to catch the ultimate high for the bearish option. But if I were to look for a bearish option to catch this unfinished impulsive move to the downside, which requires 1 more 4 and 5, the only level that I'm going to attempt trying to catch the high is going to be the weekly. Okay, the weekly level. And the lower high here for the SFB. I am not attempting an SFB here of these highs. The value area high basically of this zone, guys, because we tapped it 3 times in the last week. This is a major danger of breaking out. So it doesn't become a great SFP. Last week was a great SFP. We talked about this being a good SFP of the value area high. Tap the value area high, get below it, get into the short. Who remembers that? Who remembers that, guys? Leave it in the comment section. We We only talk truth here. We only talk what happened. We did discuss that short trade. And, you know, when you hit a level for the third time, value area high, the risks of breaking is just very, very high here, guys. Because you tapped it once, twice, 3 times. The only level that I would be willing to attempt a short entry for a, not only a day trade, but possible swing. Okay, possible swing. I will take it on the day trading account and the swing trading account. Is at the weekly and lower high that we do have here from the 22nd of June. Now, of course, I do understand that the value area high can flip as support, right? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is going to be the high and break down. We might just get a little rejection, boom, 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 fail to break below the value area high, form a corrective structure. And if that is the case, and I am in the short, and some people have followed in the trading community, I will say, guys, you know, it's best here to take most of the profits, in my opinion, because, you know, we're holding support at the value area high. We're moving down correctively, but we will be protected, right? You know, the entry is where it needs to be in. We break down later on in an impulse, then it's like, okay, legends, you know, it's good to hold most of this position because, yeah, this could be a wave 1, wave 2. You know, we end up coming down to claim the lows. So it all depends on the pullback. The entry is there. I will treat it as a possible swing short and a day trade short. We'll follow up with the information to see if it's worth maintaining that, you know, that position open. And that all has to do with the with this bearish case, right? The multiple 4-5s, multiple 1-2s, 2-1-2s, 3 2-4-5s. Swing longs will look very attractive here. The only swing short attempt that I would have based on this case is that weekly and that pivot. What if we do reject from here and you miss the short, right? Well, the same scenario as missing this high right over here. I missed this high, guys. I missed the high right there. However, we formed a local bearish market structure and I shorted right over here. So I need some kind of local bearish market structure that forms some kind of an impulse or multiple 1-2s to identify, okay, guys, I actually like this as a high. And I'll probably short here because once you move down, say in an impulse to the lows, doesn't really matter, right, of catching the high. You know where catching the high becomes risky. Catching the high here is high risk. Depending on how we move down with the lower highs here, the risk will be lower. And, you know, risk management will be better. You know, the problem here is the SFP. You know, this could be a failed SFP. It just looks like very much, yeah, with the price action did get below the highs, right? You know, I think this is going to be a failed SFP attempt. But if you wanted to enter an SFP, you know the deal, right? The price action has got below, but I think this is a dangerous SFP. And I would rather miss the short and join the short later on, right? If you ask me why is this not a great SFP from the highs of last week? Because price did come back below the price action. Your entry could have been here. Your stop loss is at the highs. give it a take. I always say give room for stop loss, right? At least $100 or so, because you could get a little squeeze up to just barely hit the highs or even hit the highs and then roll down, right? But why is this not a great SFP? For me anyway, right? I know it can reject. And the answer is simple. We have tested this for the third time in the last, give or take, nine days, right? 8 days. Third time that we've tested this level. And the more you hit a level, the more risky it is, right, for an SFP. It's just, it is how it is, and that's it. Can it end up rejecting and it is a triple top? Absolutely, it can, no doubt. But the probabilities, really do decrease once you tap a level so many times. Right? Just so you understand, okay? It's just the way it is. Not because I make the rules. It's just because it's like that, right? Anyway. You are the best for sure. Absolutely the best. Much love to everyone. You're okay-ish. That's more like it. You look like a Mexican pistolero. Yeah, I do with this mustache, don't I? A little bit of a Mexicano. But yeah, anyway, thanks so much, guys, for the support. I'm just surprised that other bigger Bitcoin analysts and traders, get so many views and attention on YouTube, right? And I think I have to come to the conclusion that what we discuss is very complex to understand with Elliott wave theory, right? And people just just flake out. What can we do? Like, oh man, I can't take it with this. Too much information and too complex. I'll rather look at someone that has a couple of moving averages on the stream, right, on the chart, and is talking about a bullish pennant, right, that's going to break out. And this is the measured move, right? Plenty of those channels out there, guys, but you will realize that a lot are not too accurate, right? And we like to be consistently accurate. That's what we like to be. Not just once a month ago, right? Or twice and have 10 stop losses and don't talk about them. That is not the case. That we do get stopped out naturally, of course, but we try and be defensive with the stop losses, right? I know a lot of people are doing very, very well with the risk management inside of the community. Anyway, let's do a like button recount, and we still need to talk about many things. I am having a little bit of an unorganized stream here, unfortunately, which is not nice. It's not nice. We want to try and be as organized as we can, but it's giving the chance to reject here and form a lower high, right? What are the chances and what are the probabilities? And I don't see incredible probabilities, unfortunately, of rejecting from here and coming down to minus 57k in the next week or so. It's just I don't see that yet. We need more information, and the information that we have here is still very, very it's still too soon, right? It seems like we don't have our wave C being developed, and that is in the bearish case. It seems like if this has to be a wave A, and this has to be if this is a wave B, really, on the running triangle scenario, this to be a wave C, it looks a little bit small compared to wave A. It looks a little bit small. In the most bearish case, you would end up, rejecting here. Let's see. Let's take a look at the common target zones. If this is a running triangle here, by the way, which there is a bit of a dodgy count here for a running triangle. Okay, that's, remember, speculating if this is wave A, right over there, or at this high, a running triangle. Remember, we need to take out the high of the A wave. Sorry, not the high, the start of the A wave. So you got A wave, B wave, C, D, and E. To take a look at the target, common target of your C wave, if B is a running triangle, right? Let's just speculate on this scenario. I don't think this is the pattern that is forming, but I'm trying to come to the conclusion to, you know, what are the probabilities, right? You know, if to roll from here and SFP from the value area high, I think the probabilities for a strong rejection here and start heading south to sub 57k are low, because to have something finished exactly here, you know, we need a solid 3-wave symmetrical price action. Look at this. This was A, B, C wave longer than your A wave. Bam, really symmetrical in time. This is beautiful. That's what you want to see, right? When you know, if I have to come to the conclusion that the high is going to be created here, you know, I need some kind of a solid corrective structure with a bit of symmetry, Fibonacci time, Fibonacci targets, and I'm just trying to come here with the bearish option, which would be the B wave being a running triangle, right? If things had to collapse from here very aggressively in the coming days, to come to the conclusion that, okay, well, this was a ABC, right? Running triangle for your B wave. However, still, a common target for your C wave. Wow, this is beautiful. I mean, yeah, if an SFP from here is I'm going to be taking an SFP from that weekly level, because the common target of a C wave, if your B wave is a triangle, is the 0.618. It's not the 1-to-1 or the 1-2-3-6 anymore. And that's only if this, you know, I'm trying to come to the conclusion to find bearish options here, which is, there's not many, right? There's this one over here, which is not great on its own. It's okay. Let's say it's okay. If we were to be looking for a 3-wave corrective move as so to then push down to the lows, I need to figure out one. And for the moment, this would be the most accurate one to find. Which, if we were to reach the common target, right? Did you know, guys? Maybe some of you knew, maybe some of you didn't. But if on a zigzag ABC, where you have a 5-wave move up, a corrective structure in a simple ABC or a WXY, right? Doesn't really matter. And then your 5-wave move up, right? Your common target is the 1-to-1 to the 1-2-3-6 extension, right? Which would be right over here. This one and this one. That's your common target area. But if your B wave is a triangle, your common target is the 0.618, which is not too far away. Coincidence or not, this 1.618 taking fib extension from the A wave, running triangle B wave, is exactly at 65.6. And you know what we have at the 65.6k zone? It is a weekly level and a major lower high. Now on Coinbase, you cannot have a running triangle. You did hit the highs right there. So it's on most of the exchanges where you formed a lower high. This was on Friday. But I mean, yeah, let's just speculate on a running triangle that it is possible. You know, for me, the only great short option is going to be that 1.618 extension, which is coming in just slightly above. Just slightly above the weekly level, right? I've got this on logarithmic and it's a bit messy at the moment, but yeah, it's roundabout. Yeah, this is on regular. Roundabout, yeah, that lower high right there. This is going to be an attractive SFP for me to take because we do have a weekly as well at 65.7. I like the confluence, and this is what we do. We try and plan levels, scenarios, and good levels of confluence and reasons to take that short. I'm only interested in looking for shorts here now, guys. Longs have been taken throughout the last 2 weeks. Longs are printing. Long from yesterday. Long from a couple of weeks ago. We needed a reclaim, as explained as well yesterday. It's important to get the reclaim on these certain specific levels to look for a long position. You know, reclaiming, there we go. Just the explanations on yesterday as well. Sign of strength if we do reclaim here already, guys, which we did, right, throughout the last you know, early this morning we did get that reclaim, bullish reclaim here as we were below the levels. First reclaim can be that naked point of control, which we did get, the second highest volume node of the range. We were below it. We reclaim the first one. You can already attempt the long, unless you're waiting for an impulse, of course. It all depends on how aggressive you are on the reclaims. Yeah, just showing here a little bit what we were discussing yesterday in the trading community. Right, I like it. I like this zone. I like 65.5k area. Slightly above, we do have the weekly at 65.7. You got an SFP level. You got the 0618, which is the common target area if your B wave is a triangle. And you have a weekly level. This, for me, is going to be a very valid trigger if you get the price action back below the level to get into an SFP here. Now, I will be understanding that the value area high could act as resistance and get a bounce naturally, of course, right? I am personally not shorting this SFP, guys. Not interested, because if we were to get something very, very bearish from here, and this, we say that this has been the ABC, right? A, B, and C. I mean, common target is the 0618, but as long as the minimum target is to take out the highs. So you've already, you know, we've taken the highs, so it's already a valid three-wave option. I'm not interested in this SFP. I think this could be a fake SFP and go to higher prices because we've hit the level a couple of times in the last 10 days. So if I miss the high locally here to get into the short, most bearish case scenario, zooming out here on the 4 hourly time frame, is to get that multiple 4-5 scenario, right? 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 and 4 and 5, then to get the bigger bounce. Swing longs will look amazing later on if this is the case. But if I miss this, you know, scenario for this to be the second wave 4, I cannot short here. I would only, if I want to try and get into the high, I'm only going to get into this SFP here with the weekly and the 0.618 target, because it's the common target. However, missing the high doesn't mean that I'm not going to manage to enter the short trade later on safely with good risk management, because I did short here a lower high, not the high. Okay, people in the community know, people on YouTube know, right? If you've been following, that I didn't manage to short the exact high on this short setup here. So what I will be waiting for, I just want to explain here the process of the execution of that possible short that could come in the next coming days. Instead of catching the high, I think this is a risky SFP, risky triple top at the Valley area high, in my opinion. Okay, it is a risky one based on the amount of taps that we've had. So if we were to reject, I need to have an impulsive move down on the 15-minute, 5-minute time frame that looks aggressive, something that is aggressively, moving down here, and a very choppy corrective bounce. That's the only way I could join a short if we do reject strongly here. It needs to be a strong move down. It needs to be a clear impulse. This down here was not a clear impulse. We needed a 4-5. We were aware that this could be an ABC. You're coming out support, guys. We reclaim the levels. Happy to long this zone. Happy to long this zone if we reclaim it. We did get many of the legends in the trading community actually longing that area. Okay, lots of them were getting into that long position that we shared yesterday, which happy to see the money shots. Okay, throughout that nice pumpy action. Nice long scalps taken here from a few of the legends in the trading community. Guys, remember where to find us. Okay, it's easy, it's simple, and who knows, it might change your life. It might change your life. Follow the right people, and it might change your life if you take it seriously, if you take the levels, the setups, the education, understanding the analysis and the setups that we talk about. You will be surprised. You know where to find us, guys. First link down below. Send me the word access or DM me. Okay, here on Telegram. We got it in the pinned comment in Telegram, guys. Yeah, if you sign up throughout Bluffin 2-bit weeks, where you have the biggest bonuses available, that's do a minimum deposit, you will be getting access for free. Okay, and you'll extend that access for free for a long time, right, if you remain active. So yeah, for me to get into a short, I will have to see a first bearish move down, right? First bearish move down, and then the correction, which naturally could take 1 to 2 days. We'll decide if it's going to be a good swing short based on the local information. But we have been mainly more bullish to take out 64.7k throughout the last week. We've been mainly focusing on this high to be taken, and that we need a proven impulse down, which we did not get. If this does not create one more larger fourth wave, similar in size of your wave 2, and then down, we don't have an impulse here to the downside. It's going to be a 3-waver. Yeah, it's beautiful to see how the technical analysis works when you know how to read it. It's just it really does look like sometimes that it's magic. But it's just how the price moves. So I've only got one bearish option here, really, to believe that we're going to go down to 57k, which is on the higher time frame, a multiple 0.12 at the start since 82k, and a multiple 4-5 that needs to be that your wave 4 is coming to the end stages. We get a little bit more price action to the upside at 65.5, and it's just trying to discuss the bearish option here, which, you know, we could still fly up to higher prices. I would prefer that, as I am mainly long than short. But just brainstorming here the idea. So if I want to catch the high, the only option is the SFP from here with the weekly, with the 0618. I will give this a valid attempt, and I will screenshot the entry, the stop loss, as I always do, for the setup ideas, okay, in the trading community once that is triggered. I mean, you already know here, basically on YouTube, right? If that is the case, that we do get above it and then below it, right? Is it a valid trigger? And how to manage risk on that trade. We will do the follow-up in the trading community. And if we do not get, I'm not interested in a short on this SFP, as explained. You know, I'm not shorting here because we've tapped so many times. So the other option to join is getting a solid impulsive move down on the 15-minute, 5-minute time frame. And then the short, I will have to look at the short later on. So we'd have to get a strong, high probability 5-wave move down, and then look for the shorts later on. You know, give or take 1 to 2 days from now. We just need the big rejection down. So yeah, this option is there. So it's either SFP from the weekly, or it's either get a push down and we'll have to join later on the short trade. If none of that happens, then we go higher. I like the idea of going higher. We're going to talk about the most bullish options right now that's going to blow your socks off. So if you are ready for that. I do answer the chat sometimes, but yeah, let's go through the chat right now. Let's see how many likes we do have, and I'll go through the chat. Sorry, my bad. I do answer the chat my bad. 165 likes. Okay, we get to 200 likes and it's time to go through the chat. Okay, let's get those likes absolutely destroyed and get above 200, and we'll go through the live chat. Okay, I'll go through the live chat right now. But let's get to 200 likes first. Let's do a like button recount. All right, 183. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Awesome. Okay, let's go through comment section. All right. And Bathmadi, how much love to you. A Trader, let's go, my man. Absolutely ripping with the swing longs. Yeah, it's Snood, I like that comment very, very much. It's a very, very good comment. This is a good comment. Yeah, this is the thing. Shorting the SFP that you're talking about at the weekly, it is not a good chance that finding support at value area high at the range we broke. Absolutely. This is why we've been explaining this, that you might SFP from that weekly and the lower high and find support. I mean, but this is still a movement down of $1,000. If this successfully SFPs from the high or the weekly level that we have, hear me out. And let's just imagine price moves up, SFPs, right, gets below the price action and gets the movement down here. Your short entry is on the SFP and stop loss looks like this. You cannot afford, right, to come down to the value area high, find support, you're making a 2.5 to 1 risk reward, and get stopped out, right, in this trade. We'll figure out if the movement down looks corrective or not. But yeah, we could get supported here. We were discussing this, okay? Yeah, very much a possibility that we correct down and, you know, just continue up, flip the value area high into support. Yeah. No doubt it can, but it's a trigger. You know, based on the different options that we do have, the option of forming 4-5-4-5 is still there. And I get into trades based on possibilities. Based on the possibilities, I need to check the next price action, the next information, to see if it is a good idea to maintain that trade. So the execution here is what's important at the moment here at this lower high in the weekly level. It's the execution. I know that it's either going to be, if the trade plays out, right? If not, it's a stop loss, right? If you get a failed move, you know, it might do this and then it stops you out. You know, it is what it is. It could be very much a possibility, but the other options are very, very good as well, right? Option number one is moving down to the value area high, and option number two is moving down to sub 58k. I understand that both scenarios are possible. USFP from here, find support, boom. But I won't be getting stopped out in a major loss here. That's not going to happen. If you get back inside the value area, holy smokes, this option is going to be looking incredibly good, right? For the 4-5-4-5 scenario. And of course, we're looking for a 1-2-3-4-5 to complete that fifth wave. We will follow up this, of course, but I know it's possible. Is it going to happen? Well, I don't know. I don't need to know. That's the secret sauce from a successful trader, right? I don't need to know. I know it's possible. I know where to enter. I know where to manage risk. Then we'll leave it cooking, right? A lot of people were skeptical on this swing long. A lot of people were skeptical on this epic swing long position. But as a coach and as someone that is a successful trader and has a community for it, I do the follow-ups. You know, I'm not afraid of being wrong on a trade because it just gets stopped out and that's it, which is not many, right? Let me know which is the next stop, the last stop loss that you remembered that had a significant loss that I shared. You won't remember. Anyway, so yeah, that's something that could be interesting here. It's a valid short execution, and remember, this is trying to catch the high. Somebody said with an awesome comment that a failed auction is better than an SFP, and I have to say I actually agree on this. And you may ask, what is a failed auction? A failed auction looks like a breakout, but then you have, for example, I would say minimum you get 15-minute candle closes or even a 1-hour candle close above the level of an SFP. We usually talk about SFPs mainly more than failed auctions, but this, for example, right, we say that we have an hourly close right there, and then the price moves down and closes an hourly close beneath these highs, and then ends up right? A first SFP here failed, for example. It's failing for the moment because the price action did get below it on the 5-minute time frame, right? When we zoom in on the 5-minute, I mean, this is a classic wick above, down below, and I already explained why this was a bad short. Okay, whoever's attempting the SFP of the highs here is probably going to get stopped out. Me, because of my experience, I already explained in the stream why this is not a great SFP. Main reason is you bashed into the value area high twice already in the last 9 days, and the more you bash, the higher probability is of breaking out. And when we consider Elliott wave theory, it doesn't make sense to form a high here anyway, as in, you know, to roll down very bearishly. So a failed auction would literally have this price action still moving above the value area high, closing hourly candles, and then moving down and closing hourly candles beneath this level. And I like it because it does trap more traders, because as soon as you get hourly candles above the level, people are attempting shorts as an SFP here. They get stopped out. People become bullish on the retracement, believing that it's been a successful breakout and the price is going to find support here. So you get people getting stopped out on their shorts with this unsuccessful SFP. And then as it looks like a solid breakout, because you're closing hourly hourly candles above the level, right? It's just the basic stuff which any newbie trader is going to learn, right? Hey, it broke out successfully with closing hourly candles above the level, right? This is a successful breakout. We're likely going to find support here, which we eventually could. But then you start losing the level and closing hourly candles below the level. And, you know, you might get people long in here irresponsibly, believing it's going to reclaim or find support, and then the price really just takes a massive dump, right? And it's, you know, all the short traders are getting stopped out because it didn't SFP, and then the longs, believing it's going to flip as support, are also getting stopped out. And then you're like, oh man, screw trading, right? Trading is a scam. Trading doesn't work. Well, you don't understand, right? What are the scenarios? That's the main problem. But yeah, failed auctions are actually very, very nice as well. Which, I mean, it could happen at this weekly level as well, where you just move up, you close above the weekly, and then you close some hourly candles beneath the weekly, and that could be the trigger. I would be happy for a failed auction as well here for the short entry. We'll have to see how we react at that zone to take the decision, which, if I'm around and about, of course, we'll be informing in the trading community, guys. Remember, pin comment, first link down below is the trading community. Do you have longs now? Did you choose the bottoms? Yeah, longs. Yeah, I do have longs now. Yeah, do have mainly this swing long, and also a long position here. When price touches a point and rejects immediately, so traders enter and take profit very fast and make the trader win because they protect position very fast. I mean, Francisco, yeah. Thanks, sir, for teaching. Big Eddie, you're very welcome, my man. Much love to you. What is a SFP? Swing failure pattern, a failed breakout, right? Hey, Andy, loving the show today. Where's Devolt? Need my fix of southern accent. Makes me miss home. Hope you guys are doing well. Much love to you both. Nuno, much love. Swing trades so chill. Yeah, it is. Swing trades are so chill. Should I short? Sorry, I started. You should only short if you have a plan and you know that it could be a good short and you're managing risk. Okay? But anyway, not to worry, just started. We all start at some point. Hopefully you are going to learn a lot here and you will become a successful trader. Maybe before you know it. Go Spain. Yeah, Spain versus France. That is in 2 hours and 30 minutes from now, so there's still time. 65,500 and dump, says Army K. It's an option. We do have it as an option, guys. Remember, this is, trading is all about managing risk and looking at the possibility of movements and projections, right? And I have to say that this would be my first zone to attempt a catch the high kind of scenario. Where we have that weekly level, okay? It would be my only first attempt if I want to try and catch the high, guys. My only attempt. So I'm not going to be exposed. If we end up rejecting, I have a plan later on to figure out if we are moving down impulsively. And, there will be time to jump into a short maybe tomorrow or in a couple of days, okay? Which we will share on YouTube if we're in the trade already. Because I will be doing my best to detect that short inside of a trading community. And yeah, congratulations whoever got into a trade here, maintained into a trade, or got into a new trade after reclaiming that that high volume node that we have from the zone. Yesterday in the trading community, we were discussing that was our main option here. And value area lows and value area highs do get fake outs of a local range. And you had such a great high volume node, which was from this zone right over here, which was the one that got reclaimed. Regardless, if you're losing the value area low of the bigger range, you do have a high volume node from a mini range here that if it is reclaimed, it could be bullish. Could be bullish. Right, let's go through the comment section. Is there a valid count for an ABC flat correction from 57 lows? William, yes, there is. I think we've probably been talking about that scenario in the last hour. Maybe you've just joined the stream, but yeah, it's literally a running triangle as your B wave here, and this would be the ABC. This would be a very small C wave. I'm not in favor of this C wave finishing here, but technically it could if you get an impulse down between today and tomorrow. I have to acknowledge that was the high, but I'm not catching the high here. If I am going to have an attempt in catching the high, it needs to SFP from this lower high and a weekly level, which is also the 1.618 extension from A to B. If this is going to be a running triangle for this, if this is going to be the correct count, your common target for your C wave, if your B wave is a triangle or a running triangle, any triangle, is the 0.618, and that is exactly where we have this lower high and a weekly level, right? Which is at 65.7. So it just becomes an attractive catch the high attempt for an SFP only. SFP only, that is. A failed breakout attempt. Tap the level, the weekly, get back below. It gives you the entry and the stop loss. So there is a way of counting an ABC, and that would be this one over here, which we were very much waiting and expecting throughout the last week, guys. The streams where I'm giving high probability that this is either a wave 1 or a wave A. And this is the bearish case. So we need to talk about the bullish scenarios, guys, which is just rips to the upside, right? Which the bears are not going to be happy about to discuss, right? But we were mainly focusing on the next leg up. mainly focusing on this, right? We understood that it could come down to the 60k levels. That would have been an awesome long opportunity, right? Value area low, we discussed the support, but there's also the option of forming a higher low here. And I know it can be frustrating for the people that, for example, didn't long yesterday, right? And it's funny because inside of the trading community, we talk about the bearish options, and you can see it on the likes, on the emoji reactions. When we talk about the bearish option, there's people more bearish. Just, I don't know why, but it's just, I guess because we're in a bear market and you just want lower prices. But the bearish options that we talked about on the analysis, we're getting more emojis, right? As in likes, hearts, and fires than the bullish ones. I don't know. People are just feeling more bearish. What can we do? It's a sentiment. It's an emotional sentiment. We cannot do anything about it. If you feel like that, I can only show you that, you know, the bullish options are looking more attractive, at least to take out this high. Now this high has been taken, so we need to follow up here with how the price develops in the next coming days. I am interested in shorts, but I'm not in any local short position throughout the last few days. No local shorts have been taken in this zone. The only short that was taken was a little scalp short somewhere here in this 63k zone on the 7th of July, if I'm not mistaken. No shorts taken anywhere in this area. Main trade yesterday was long in here. Okay, right, let's go through the comment section right away. First of all, ¿te vas? ¿A dónde?
A mi casa.
Sí.
No, a mi casa. Vienen como... Yo voy a mi casa, pero vienen como unas chicas que se llaman Mañana y Laia.
Ah, vale. Vale, de ver el partido de fútbol.
Ay, te voy a colocar la antena.
Vale, coloca la antena por ahí. I got my nephew here. Do you want to say hello? Can you quickly say hello?
Hello.
Goodbye. Venga. Adiós. ¿Vas a ver el partido?
El
Venga.
último del fútbol.
Venga, vale. Adiós. Yeah, nephew. Just saying goodbye. Right. Let's go through comment section and let's discuss the bullish options that I haven't discussed as of yet, guys, but I will now in the next coming minutes. I'm just trying to answer a few of the questions here. Little legend James, he is. I am gonna, as soon as he's old enough, I'm gonna teach him how to trade. Eduardo, little Andy nephew, sup little buddy. Lumina, hello. Little legend he is, yeah. New trader, absolutely. I'm going to get him to learn technical analysis the right way. That's for sure. Hi, Andy. If I already have a bluffing account, can I still join your community? We can discuss a few options. Okay, so if you do send me the DM, we'll figure something out. Okay, not to worry. We'll figure something out. Winston, let me know in once you send me the DM, we'll figure something out. Okay. Train him up, bro. I will. We have a pending talk, Andy. Don't forget. Lumina. Oh yes, sorry, my man. We do have a pending talk. We will send me a DM so I don't forget. I get the DMs and some DMs do get buried, but you just need to insist. Don't worry, I'll get back to you. That is my case too, says Francisco. Not to worry, send me a DM. There's always the option of opening an account on 2bit, which is also great. All weeks. We do have a few options if not, okay? You're welcome, my man. Telegram not letting me sign in. Well, you'll have to figure that out then. I can't help you sign on your Telegram account. But once you do so, send me the DM if you want access inside of the trading community. Which now I have got a mission. The mission is to get into a short position, right? For me, it's not worth it yet. The momentum is still bullish. This has proven to be corrective as the highest probability scenario anyway throughout the last few days, and any shorts will had to be taken very, very selectively, which was difficult, I have to say. Was difficult managing risk very, very well. Right now, if the people that have been shorting irresponsibly in this zone, or shorting with no stop loss and adding to the short position, believing that the price is going to reverse here because there's a bunch of liquidity here, whatever reason you may have, is having a hard time right now, right? I'm obviously not, and I hope that most of the people in the trading community, at the end of the day, people do whatever they want. But I try and educate for people, most importantly, to maintain risk and create trading plans, right? If we break a level, guys, forget about either the short or the long. There will be an opportunity tomorrow, right? Maintain risk here, because the market can wipe you out very, very fast at some point with big moves, right? And we don't want that. We don't want that for the people in the community. We prepare the people to be absolute machines of making good trading decisions. Winston, you're welcome, my man. Much love to you. Minimum required, I think it's about $500, just because it's for your own trading. I mean, if you're not going to be trading as you do join the community, then I would say it's for your own trading, okay? It's a trading community for trading, so you need to have a deposit made right on exchange for you to trade, right? If you're not going to even deposit, $500, then I would say it's not even worth it, right? Not even worth it. Should we end the C wave in a 5-wave move up? We should. Let's discuss. This might not be a C wave also, huh? We discussed the bearish options. We're going to discuss the bullish ones. You need to stick around. Sorry, we're making this too long to explain. But people are going to be like, hey, you discussed the bearish option and we absolutely flying, right? Which is possible. I would actually favor the flying option a lot. Because the only bearish option really here for me is a ABC with a running triangle, which I'm not a massive fan, because on some exchanges we did take out, well, on Coinbase mainly, we did take out that high, which a running triangle would not work. Okay, an ABCDE would not work because your D wave took out the high of the B wave. And that is not great. I mean, preferably it's not hit on any exchange, but if it's hit on one, which is Coinbase, which is the largest exchange in the US. I mean, if you would have told me it was hit on, I don't know, MEXC, I would have said, well, okay, that's okay, right? But not on the largest exchange in the US. So I'm skeptical about that running triangle, very, very skeptical about it. Because the high was hit of the B wave on Coinbase. So anyway, bullish options. What bullish options do we have? We're going to break them down right now. Andy, you're my favorite teacher of all times. Path Maria, much love to you. I'm so happy that you've improved so much, and you actually nailing lots of the trades and entries and risk management, and you just sharing it with the community as well. And it's all about being with a positive community where people are sharing their improvements. And Beth Maria was coming from other places of trading, and she came to us, and she's just so happy because she's actually making good, profitable, consistent trades. And that's what it's all about, right? See the improvement of the people. That was cute. Much love, Kian. So you don't pay anything for being a member. If you sign up on the exchange with a minimum deposit, you get access for free, man. And we are very busy in the community. Myself and Devil, we do try and provide constant updates because we want to be the best, right? If you don't do anything to be the best, why bother? And I want to be the best. We want to be the best. Matter of fact, we're doing an awesome trading platform here, which has CBD, it has liquidity heat map, it has, this is for free for the moment. You got all-time high drawdown, right? For example, you do have the fear and greed index, you do have liquidity heat map, you do have, we're going to be integrating order flow, and this will also be accessible for the people in the community. It's for free at the moment, so people can check it out. It's down below. You got the link here for free, guys. Free valuable tools for the moment. Okay, so take advantage just so you dip your toes, look at it, look at the different tools and indicators that we do have here, which we are building even more and more. We want to make this a massive powerhouse, and we've only been building this throughout the last couple of months, and there's more to go, but this is going to be absolutely awesome, and the people in the community will have access for this. Okay, which is awesome, right? We want to have the best platform, and we want to be the best traders, which I could be almost confident to say we could be almost up there. I mean, well, inside of the trading competition in Bluffin, we did end up number one in trading volume, just because we are Wales in Bluffin, that is. And in P&L, we were in the top 10, so out of over 3,000 groups. So we're definitely up there with the name. Thanks for the super long stream. You're very welcome, Enrique Monkey. That's nice, you guys, and you have the best voices to listen to as well. Thanks, my man. Much love. Hidden bearish divergence, daily RSI time frame. Interesting. Something that I did not take a look at for my trading decisions, but hidden bearish and divergence, right? I can't even remember how to use that. Let's take a look at the RSI here out of speculation. I do remember a lot of the different indicators and tools that I used to use in my first couple of years of trading, but not anymore. But yeah, that's kind of attractive, right? Hidden bearish, what did you say? Hidden bearish divergence. Okay, hidden bearish divergence on the daily RSI time frame, which is higher highs on the RSI and lower highs on the price action. I mean, the bearish option is still there, and the most attractive bearish level to try and catch the high, that is, which is risky on its own. But if you manage risk and you know what you're looking for a rejection from the weekly and the lower high. Listen, if this has to be the move down back to sub 58k, you don't have to risk much. It's going to take a couple of weeks to get down there, but don't go crazy here. Don't risk 100% of your account here. Come on, or 50%. Trading is all about scaling your gains throughout the months and years, right? The amount of gains that I've made throughout the last 6 years since I started to become profitable in 2019, just almost 7 years now, is insane. I would never thought that I would make so much gains in trading in 5-6 years. The first years are very, very difficult because it's hard to scale. You're going to fail a lot of the times. You're going to burn a couple of accounts. It's normal to burn a few accounts the first 1 to 2 years of trading. It is actually very common. And it's frustrating. The first few years of trading is very frustrating because you want to make gains very quick, and it's not like that. And once you crack the code on creating trading plans and slowly making profits, you know, it's the best compounding trade there is. Trading, it's the way you can compound your gains. Is incredible. It's incredible. It just takes a long time. You know, when I was starting trading, I was trading with a couple of $1,000s on the channel. Like, you know, in 2020, it was, you know, I had a few $1,000s just talking about the trades, entering trades, and, you know, trades of $500, of a few $100s back in the day. Things have changed. Things have changed in 6 years. We're making bigger trades right now, but just want to share the basically the roadmap, right? So anyway, going about this is something I used to use RSI in my first few years. Yeah, it could be a little bearish signal, which does give us the possibility, right, of this being an ABC, the B wave in a running triangle, you know, forming a lower high still. Big resistance, weekly level, lower high, and the C wave common target, if your B wave is a running triangle, is the 1.618 extension, which is coming in at 65.6k area as well, which is just an attractive area. And this, based on timing, it would be perfect for a 1 1 2 3 4 5. Look how similar is this wave 4 with this potential wave 4. It's just very symmetrical and very nice. So it's something that I am taking into consideration, but the only level that I would attempt would be that 65.5k SFP. If we roll over from here already in an impulse, I will have to figure out how to get into the short later on a corrective bounce, right, for that movement down. We'll figure out something if we don't catch the highs, not to worry. Okay, no rush. Don't worry about missing the high. You know, we don't need to catch the high or the low. We can find a long trade here. This was the low, but we also found a long trade here yesterday. I mean, obviously catching the low is nice, but or catching the high. So, hidden bearish divergence on the RSI is, you know, yes, it is valid. It is there, but we also have regular, right, bullish divergence, as you can see. Also higher lows on RSI and lower lows, which was actually good. This was actually a good signal, you would say. We were already looking for longs here. This could have brought a little bit more confluence, a little bit of more confidence, right? Bullish RSI divergence, higher lows on the RSI, lower lows on the price action. The long here was detected here regardless of the RSI bullish divergence, so don't need it, right? I came to the conclusion that I don't need the RSI for my trading. The more noise you get off the chart, the better. Right, let's continue through the comment section. We're going to be talking about the bullish scenarios. Little triangle breakdown. For a swing short, can you help provide, please? Yeah, I mean, swing short is not there yet. It will be given. It will be given inside of the trading community if we do not have it on YouTube as we're hitting the level or are we forming a corrective bounce? Okay, so I cannot guarantee. The good thing about the community is that if there's something that I see or a setup that I can see, I will share a screenshot or a text saying this is a valid short or valid long, you know, for me, and this is stop loss, this is the projection. And it's just easy to provide a text so people are informed about the analysis and the setups that we are looking for in the community, because YouTube, you know, we might not be on YouTube. The previous range, this is why, guys, it's definitely worth, because it's peanuts. Okay, it's nothing. If you sign up throughout one of the affiliate links with a minimum deposit of $500 for your own trading, you do get access for free in the trading community. So it's definitely worth it. In my opinion, I wish I had this community when I started. Holy moly, I would have paid a fortune for this community 5 years ago. More than that. I'm saying 5 years ago, but it's more. That's 8 years ago. Please give some info about the sites. Yeah, we'll do now right away. No better community, says Olivia. Thanks so much. Yeah, hopefully some people comment and back us up here. The previous range point of control at 67.8 aligns perfectly with the downtrend anchored VWAP from 83k. Interesting. Let's take a look at that. Well, then we'll talk about the Elliott wave scenarios here locally, okay, and the projections and what we could be looking for. But anchored VWAP from the highs of 82k. Ooh. I mean, we'd have to give a valid SFP option here. I mean, come on. This is a solid confluence area. An SFP from here would actually look kind of attractive. Yeah, we'll get some trading plans ready. We're still pretty far away. I don't think we'll reach there today, but we'll do some higher time frame options of confluence. I like that. Nice detection right there. Shout out to you in the comment section here. Snood. Great detection right there. Good confluence. Best Alpha on YouTube. Olivia, thanks so much for the support, my man. Hope you're doing great. So, yeah, this scenario, well, you got anchored VWAP from 82k high with the previous range point of control. You got previous range valley area low as well, which kind of got a fake out, right? But yeah, this zone becomes quite interesting. That zone will be very, very interesting. We'll follow up with the waves, which is the most complex thing, right? Which not many people do, to try and figure out if it is going to be a good short, depending on how we move up there. Because preferably you move up in a 5-wave move, and your 5th wave is already getting to that zone, then it will be a very good short position. However, if you come up with boom, 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 then it won't be too attractive. Because if this ends up being multiple 1-2s, right, a diagonal would be an option, but we'll discuss that once we cross that bridge. But yeah, depending on how we get up there, it might be a good short and it might not be a good short based on the information that is given, right, coming up to that zone. As always, we will follow up. We will follow up. We are always here. We do not disappear. Right. Yeah, interesting. Somebody was pointing this out. Is actually a good confluence area. So we'll see how we get up there. If we get up there as well, right? We might not get up there. So we'll follow up on how we got up there from the recent lows. What makes sense? What other structures do we have? And I mean, if we were, let's say, just to say, when would this become an attractive short trade? Well, based on what I explained on how we're moving up here, there is a chance, okay, it's still talking about the ABC move to the upside here. Let's take a look at the extension. Oof. This looks incredibly attractive zone, really, I have to say. We would have to move in a bullish. This is how the price would have to develop if I believe that this is going to be a great shorting opportunity here at the anchored VWAP and the point of control of the previous range, right? Which we can put this thick because that is a major previous point of control. Previous range point of control right there. And right, I actually like the idea of maybe another 1, 2, right, 3, 4, 5. That's if we are going to be, bullish here. We have a complex sideways WXY, which we did cover last week. It's basically a flat zigzag up and a zigzag down. Just a complex sideways WXY for your possible B wave. And because you formed a higher low, which did hit the 0.88, it's not great, but it is a valid option. I'm not sure if we'll manage to reach up here, if I'm honest with you, in an ABC. But anyway, the moment this becomes attractive for a short is because you have an A wave and a B wave potential. You'd have to have a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for your C wave into this zone of resistance, which is the point of control of the previous range, right? Basically hitting the highs, anchored VWAP from 82k coming down into this territory. So if we moved up as so, where we have a wave, decent wave 3, and then you have a choppy rangy correction, which is lengthy for a wave 4. It's shallow in retracement, so 0.382 Fibonacci zone, and then you form one more high. This would be the perfect count for me, ABC. And what is interesting, obviously the C wave, you want a 5-wave structure. What is interesting is that if you count this as the correct count, A wave, B wave, sideways WXY, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for your C wave. Let's change this to something that you can see here on the chart. The 1-to-1 extension and the 1, 2, 3, 6 extension of your A wave. Remember, the Fibonacci extension is taken from the low of A to the high of A to the low of B. We're counting this as a complex sideways corrective structure that not everybody enjoys, but it is what it is. It is there as a valid count. And then a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the C wave. 1-to-1 to the 1, 2, 3, 6, which is the common C wave target, is actually coming in between 67.2 and 68.6. That's where we have this major confluence area from this previous range point of control, anchored VWAP from the high, and you're just sweeping up the highs basically, right, of the bounce that we got here in June. I mean, this is going to be a very attractive area to look for shorts if we move up as so. So yeah, this is going to be very, very attractive, without a doubt. That's if we move up as explained. You need a bigger wave and a bigger explosive move, and then a long range here, looking at the 1 hour, even the 4 hourly time frame, I want to find a 5-wave move from the B wave. For the moment, it's 1 and 2. Still need 3. Then 4 and 5. Then I can have a 5-wave move for the C wave. And coincidence, 1 to 1 to the 1, 2, 3, 6 is at the confluence area. So yeah, shorts, we'll be looking for shorts without a doubt as we have the price development. Right, let's go right away. Continue through comment section. Big wick. Yeah, we kind of formed a little quick wicky dump, right? Yeah, I ain't gonna play around here with these SFPs. You're probably stopping out. You stopped out shorts, you stopped out longs, and now the price is gonna do whatever it wants. Not really interested in any local trade here. Holy snipe attempt for late longs. Yeah, that was an interesting quick little dump, right? We got on the 1 minute. Interesting little. These are aggressive. I mean, if you're a scalper, barely just got into that little range, which is probably an order block. Little range, high volume node, didn't quite reach it. It's probably an order block on the 15 minute. Quick little order block right there on the 15 minute. We just barely tapped the close of that 15 minute order block. If I'm honest with you, I'm not that bothered. I'm in a couple of longs, and if you are an aggressive trader, right, you want to long an order block on a major quick dump. You want that first order block that we got to hold, really. You can't put stop loss too far away. It's just a very aggressive long, right? These are very difficult to catch, but if you were to ask me about, catching an order block trade, you can't put stop loss too far away below the order block. It needs to hold. You might wick below it, but it's just very aggressive and very aggressive trading, very aggressive scalping. I look for more chilled trades, more chilled trades. Yeah, 15-minute order block. Sniping stop loss. We'd likely just stay sideways for a few hours building a bull flag, in my opinion. Very possible, yes sir. I have a very late long to hedge my short from 80k. My long stop loss is break even, and it almost took my long. Wow. Enrique Monkey, much love. Right, let's talk about the bullish options. Let's get this out of the way. We don't need that now. Right. Let's discuss a few of the bullish options. Why not? Right, the bearish option is there, right? The bearish option is there, which would be that running triangle, which is not a great scenario for this to be the high. I would have to see a major dump in an impulse, guys. Okay, that's how I trade. I'm not happy in catching the high here, and I would attempt a high at the weekly as explained, and I would only look for the short if we get a solid impulse back down inside of the value area high, of this trading zone. Okay, so we'll analyze that in the next 1 to 2 days to see if it's worth a nice short position. But for the moment, not interested. So bullish options, what other bullish options is there here for the price to absolutely skyrocket, right? Still maintain preferably a higher low from here. Maintain the bullish market structure on the 1 hourly. Let's take a look at this movement here to the upside. Yeah, there is an option of this being an impulse. Just because after the big move here to the upside on the 5 minute, there is an option, because we did consolidate, for this to be an impulsive move. There is an option here for a 5-wave move. The wave 2 has been quite shallow, but this would be valid for a wave 4 because it's similar in size as your wave 2, as you can see. Now, if you were to get a longer pullback, we'll talk about the multiple 1-2s here on the 5 minute. I mean, this has a chance of being multiple 1-2s. If that is the case, you want to see multiple 4-5s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you want another 4 and 5, 4 and 5. Which would, okay, let's talk about this option first of all. Because from the low here, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This could be already the pullback. It is shallow, but it could, because you got a 5-wave move up, it can be already the correction, just scratching the 382 Fibonacci. There is an option of this being a wave 2. Just because you have a 5-wave move. It is shallow, it's not great, but it is very much possible because you've had a long move to the upside with high volume, and you've got a little range. It is valid for a wave 4. And this last push up is valid for a wave 5. So a longer pullback could appear here in the next couple of days. If this is proven to be high probability corrective, we will be looking for longs. We will be looking for longs. If the pullback is great, okay, you get a pretty decent pullback down, back down to 63k or so. And depending on how we come down here, we will detect if it is bullish or not, just to get into possibly a new long, because this has a chance to be another 1 and 2, right? You know, it's pretty frustrating when people are just bearish and you actually form multiple 1-2s, right? And people are like, oh man. And this was a very, very classic trap. You're breaking trend right there, right? Bear flag. This is a bear flag. You're breaking trend here. And you end up forming multiple 1-2s to the upside and ripping to take out the highs. And this is just multiple, you know, 1-2s on the development. So the fact that, you know, even though locally, right, we've taken out the highs of this range, this could still be another 1-2. We always consider the bullish option. This would have to come down to a very, very strong support zone. point of control is very, 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 very beneath us here. What would be an aggressive long? If you want to catch, you know, let's say if this is a wave 1 and a wave 2, right, you form a 3-waver, boom, and you get an epic bounce. I mean, this pump has been basically from today, so previous day value area high would be a good area. Good high volume node. This would only be for scalping. If you come down here, I would say this is a valid scalp. Today's point of control, which is this range over here, which is a 1 hour order block. 1 hour order block with the today's point of control. You know, who's feeling aggressive? Yeah, it might be a little scalp bounce here, which I'm particularly not that interested. I'm interested in detecting that this movement down, you know, it could be a 3-wave structure and getting a decent pullback. We're coming down to awesome support, previous day value area high, as it might be tomorrow. It would be previous day value area low as well, right? So yeah, this is maybe tomorrow. If we do get a decent pullback, we might get an epic long based on, you know, how we've developed the price action, right? We don't know, but if you get a move down, your little bounce at today's 1 hour order block and today's point of control, it would make sense for that. And then it ends up moving down. Then we have a projection ABC coming into big support. You know, there might be an epic long to join tomorrow. We'll have to see anyway, but it is a valid scenario. Most bullish option here right now, considering that we formed this local bullish market structure, is having multiple 1-2s. You got 1-2 here, 1-2 here, and 1-2 here. That's if that is not a 5-waver. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as explained, it is valid. This other option will be very, very valid as well. Right. This would be wave 3 because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All of this is your would be your third wave. 5 wave in the third wave. So that's very valid. Because you have 2 1-2s, you need 2 4 5s in this case. I mean, this could be very, very attractive for that short position. I would be happy to move up like this in the next 1 to 2 days. If we form a higher low and the invalidation of this wave 4, remember, so we would need a wave 4, 5, 4, and 5 here. The invalidation for wave 4 is very far away. This wave 4 could be a pretty deep pullback. Validation for your wave 4 is sitting here at 63.2k. So yeah, this wave 4 could pull back down much more. You know, this is just a projection. It doesn't matter where wave 4 bounces. It could even come down here, right? 382 50% is also common zone for your wave 4. I mean, this wave 4 could pull back down very aggressively into that 1 hour order block and that high volume node of today, that range, and get the bounce here. You know, if I want to long a 4-5, wave 4s and wave 5 to wave 5 to take out the high, and I'm longing a high volume node order block, it is an aggressive long trade. You know, once wave 3 is in already, I'm not a fan of longing the 4.5s, me personally, because it's just, you know, the projection is not that great. But anyway, if I had to long here this high volume node to the highs, you know, it would look as so. I would give it a bit of room. It would still be a 2, even 3 to 1 risk to reward, but this zone needs to hold if it is going to be 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 4 5. 382 to 50% needs to hold. Your invalidation is 618, so if you wanted to stretch stop loss there, it could be a valid long. You just 2.5 to 1 risk reward. It's a good solid support. It's a 1 hour order block with today's highest volume node. Elliott wave projection would be this one. It is aggressive on the, you know, for me, I understand that the wave 5 could have been finished here and you get a larger pullback. So I would, you know, I'm more chilled on the day trade to swing trade options. This is a bit aggressive. It's good support. It might get the bounce, but I'm not really that interested in these kind of trades. What I would be interested in is detecting, you know, the 4.5s. If we were to move up as so throughout today and tomorrow, where we form a higher low, we take out the highs, we continue correcting and form another high, then I would say bingo, right? You know, we have an impulsive move here. High volume in the middle, a couple of 1-2s and a couple of 4.5s, and guess what? We are coming into major resistance, which is that weekly level and that lower high here for the SFP attempt. And there is a weekly level there as well, right? Major weekly level at 65.7k. So if we were to develop that price action all the way up there, one more high correction, and then the next high is going to be a very good short option. It is a good SFP level regardless of the waves, okay? But following the waves is just going to give you that edge of saying, right, you know, probabilities are very good now. If we move up like so with 4.5, 4.5, holy smokes, it's going to be a great short attempt at 65.5, 65.6, and this would be by, you know, give or take by tomorrow at some point. So yeah, we'll be following up this. We will be following this up because it's it would be very attractive for the short. But if we were to get a strong rejection, it would make sense here to take some profits. I actually need to comment about the swing long. I think I would be happy to take 25% profits here as we, you know, are rejecting from the highs. I'm going to mention that right away inside of the trading community. It does make sense to scratch here, just because the only risky option that there is that running triangle for your ABC and having a very small C wave. It is low probability. It is low probability. I'm going to hold on. It doesn't really matter if I take profits from the swing long if we dump down a little bit more, really. The thing about catching the exact high. This C wave is very small here. So yeah, I'm not giving this the highest probability. because C wave is very, very small. So it is worth to chillax with the long. Sometimes as well, we have a bearish impulse down, and then a corrective bounce, and then you take profit of your swing long. Sometimes it's not taking profit at the exact high. Sometimes I say, okay, I missed $1,000 of the move. It's literally an $8,000 move to the upside from the lows. So, but I want weakness, right? Sometimes you want weakness to say, guys, I'm actually taking a bit of profits from the swing long, because this can be an ABC, and we've moved down in an impulse and we're having a corrective bounce. So maybe getting 25 or 50% of the swing long will be an option in the coming days if price were to prove that it's moved down impulsively, invalidating the local wave 4s, or the move down does not look corrective. That's the first major warning signs, but we don't have that now. So long and chill, right? Chillax with the long positions until we get a sign of weakness. This would be a sign of weakness. Impulse down, choppy corrective bounce, looking for shorts, taking profits from the swing long. So maintaining that long still would be for the moment is still very valid. I don't have a major reason to close the short. The long. Don't have a reason really to close the long. If we move up in those 4-5s in the next coming hours between today and tomorrow, man, it's going to be looking good. I would be more in favor of saying, right, maybe now it has a chance to be the C wave, because it's gone a bit higher. It's hit the 1.618 extension, which is the common target of a running triangle. Of an ABC with the running triangle. Okay, which would be right over there. If we were to get up here with the 4-5s that I explained here on the lower time frame, it would be interesting. 1 2 1 2 1 2, 3 1 2s. This third 1 2 has already completed potentially, right? That wave 3, because you do have a 5-wave move up here. What's left to finish an impulse if this is multiple 1 2s? You've got 2 1 2s left, so it's 2 4-5s left. Then it would make sense to take profits of the swing long and really looking for a swing short, a day trade short and a swing short. I will be happy for a swing short based on what I explained here. I'm going to take it on both of my main trading accounts on as a swing to give a chance to come down, and a day trade short as well, just to be more aggressive with profit taking right at the value area high if we do find support. But yeah, we will follow up this case if we move as so. But yeah, would be interested in shorting potentially tomorrow if we're going to move up like this between today and tomorrow, because then it's it would be crystal clear for me that we are coming to the last stage of the impulse. I got major levels here. I know how to manage risk. I know how to provide that trading execution inside of the trading community. By the way, it's my goal tomorrow in the trading community, and this is what you get. You do get the setups that I am looking for, the levels, the entry points, the stop losses, the follow-ups. Okay, if there is an attractive trade. Okay, this was yesterday, so I know some people are in that long position still, such as Beth Maria Vallejos, and that's still in that major long position. that we discussed yesterday here. Some people, took the scalp long from the trading plan yesterday. Beth Maria still in the long, collected 50% profits here at the 64k zone. So yeah, we will do the follow-up, see if we got a major swing short that we can brag on YouTube in a couple of days, right? So this is how we like to do it. Anyway, yeah, let's see. I mean, bullish option. I'm kind of liking this ABC, but I know that there's a few bullish options. Most bullish case scenario, which is going to sound silly at this point, for the bears anyway, is getting a wave 1, wave 2. Not a great scenario, but just because your second wave 2 did hit the 0.88 Fibonacci from this low to the high, it's not great. 0.88 was hit. Yeah, and the probabilities are not great for the very bullish case, right? Which is a multiple 1-2 from the lows here on the higher time frame. This would really rip in the next couple of weeks. Just second wave 1 and 2, literally right there. Boom, 3, 4, 5, and price just continues moving higher and breaking out the levels of resistance. Very possible option. Probabilities are not great for this because your second wave 2 did hit the 0.88 Fibonacci of your wave 1. Your second wave 1 is a very deep pullback for a wave 2, which is not very common. So the triangle is not looking overall too bad here for an ABC. Next most bullish option, of course, is that this is your wave 1 still, right? That hasn't been finished. That would be a third 1-2, and then you literally need to count another 1-2 here, and another 4-5, right? This would just rip above 70k in the next couple of weeks. Still very possible, as long as we correct down, then like we have been doing so, and we got the information that taking out this high is highly likely, and everything is still with bullish momentum, no aggressive impulse. We did not get the aggressive impulse down yesterday. Well, throughout the weekend, this was very much an ABC potential. Yeah, people don't like looking at this bullish case scenario. They might. Yeah, it's incredible how people become so bearish. We are traders. We just look to adapt to the conditions, guys, right? And look for either shorts or longs, okay? We detect the highest probability movements. We do not say we're going to move up now because it's the bear market low just because I think so, or that we're going to short now and a lower high here is going to happen at some point. Get ready for your shorts. No, we are professionals. We look at the levels, we look at the internal waves, we look at the next information, and then we pull the trigger. We pulled the trigger for a massive swing long here. We gave the option yesterday to pull the trigger for those internal long trade setups here at the 62k zone, explaining exactly what you need to see. And we do have a few of the traders very much happy in those profits that are following and paying attention. Chillax, my favorite word. Beth Maria, much love. Oh my god, I think my girlfriend have hidden my passport's number ID. Right, Wayne, my man, much love. How are you doing? Also a 6 million naked point of control at 66.3k. Naked point of control. Is that from these ranges potentially? 66.3k. Maybe that's looking at Atos or another platform, but the high volume node at 66.3k. Says Wayne. Any late buyers getting trapped? Please confirm. Thor, what's that? Please confirm what? Is it just to enter with the link from Telegram, register and deposit the $500? You will get follow-up, okay? There's an automated bot, okay, that does the follow-up, and then I can come in and obviously, you know, continue the conversation, okay? But it's all automated. It's all very well organized. You won't get lost, okay, to follow the instructions to access the trading community. It's very, very straightforward. You do get the information and the steps to follow to join the community, okay? Not to worry. And if you have any problems, you can continue talking. And obviously, you know, either I will jump in and continue the conversation, or someone of the team that helps me out, of course, with the DMs. Okay, much love, my man. Let's get you in the trading community and get into the full trading experience with the big ones. What does it mean when volume is decreasing while price keeps rising? What does it mean when volume is decreasing while price keeps rising? Well, it's kind of a volume divergence, right? Which is very, very common for a wave 5, for example, right? Especially when you have a big move to the downside, right? If you create new lows with decreasing volume, especially after getting a very strong move with high volume, you want to start thinking of a reversal. You want to start thinking of reversal scenarios. It's a volume divergence, right? Low volume on the breakdown. Which, you know, locally it looks very attractive for the bearish case. I'm going to get this off the chart right now. People are, I'm watching the views here. There was about 30 people leaving the stream since when we were starting to talk about this scenario in the last 10 minutes. People were like, man, oh man, this guy's nuts. I mean, there is the chance of this happening. 1 2 1 2 1, boom, you know, and then price just starts ripping and gets to plus 70k. I'm just a messenger. I can tell you that it is a scenario that could happen. You like it or not, I'm sorry. It is what it is. You know, the technicals say that this is possible. So anyway, regarding the bearish case, or at least looking for the start of a reversal here on the 15-minute, 5-minute time frame, you can see that naturally the biggest move that we've had today it's a bit news related, right? We got the big push up today just after CPI data. So I mean, it doesn't really matter, you know, the technicals are the technicals. As you can see, of course, that we are decreasing in volume, right, since we created those highs. There is that chance of this being a 5-wave move up already, and the correction for a wave 1 and a wave 2 as explained. That's your wave 3, that's your wave 4, and that's your wave 5. Yes, we are SFPing from this level. I rather miss this short, you know, if I'm honest with you. I'm not in a rush. I've had an awesome, you know, trading few months. I've had an awesome few years of trading. It's just a trade that I don't need to take. But if that is the case, tomorrow or, you know, a Wednesday, if we do maintain bullish, right, if we do get the move down throughout the next coming hours, we get a choppy bounce and then another move down by tomorrow, right, I will be paying attention to the session volume profile. Previous day, value area high. previous day value area low, right? Obviously, if we open today on Wednesday, this is going to be the value area low, which is it combined with the value area high from Monday. I would speculate on an ABC. We'll follow up on the possible setups, but yeah, this could be looking attractive for a major bounce. If I wake up tomorrow morning, for example, right, and we have an impulsive move to the downside, right, we might have just moved down as so, right, and we're still in this bounce. I think I'll probably be looking for shorts. Understanding, guys, this might have been the end of that speculative ABC, right? I would speculate that this could be the high if we move down impulsively and we're bouncing. Could be looking at for shorts. It might be the previous day value area high with the golden pocket, right? I don't know, depending on where the value zone is. We'll discuss that tomorrow. But I'm just saying that looking for shorts also is what we do, right? Looking for longs or shorts, depending on the local information. As explained here as well, I would be happy for if the price action forms a higher low, gets the high, and another higher low and gets the high, I will speculate on 1 2 1 2, right? 1 2 3 4 5 for your third wave, and then 4 5 4 5, right? 2 1 2s, 2 4 5s. This 1 2 is part of your third wave. So yeah, and then obviously if tomorrow we have this kind of price action, I will be looking mainly for shorts as a day trade, even a swing short, if price develops as so. So there's plans going to be, there's plans created, either shorts, longs. I know what I want to see on the chart, depending on how we move. How many highs do we create now, right? 2 more higher highs and 2 more higher lows is going to be perfect for a double 4 5 here, because we do have a double 1 2. Wave 5s can extend as well, so we want to be a little bit cautious. If I am looking for 2 4 5s here, and let's just imagine that the price rips, still with decreasing volume but higher volume, then that only means that your 4 5 is just going to be a little bit more lengthy, and you may be breaking the point of control, right? The lower high and the weekly level. It might be broken and flipped as support. You just had a wave 5 extension here. That means that the short is going to be taken a look at in this bounce. This is the bounce that I'm going to take a look at the short, because I am looking for 2 4 5s. Okay, I'm looking for 2 4 5s here in this price action. Will it be like this as so, or will wave 5 be aggressive? I just don't know. I need 2 4 5s, right? So the follow-ups are very, very important. Fixed volume profile with good management, you can catch moves every time frame. For key levels, Spaceman BTC. Let's take a look at that just for Spaceman BTC. Key levels. Previous month mid, previous monthly open, previous week high. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, sometimes these previous quarter mid. Yeah, you can get obviously previous point of controls, previous week, previous month highs and lows and opens, and there's lots of indicators that share that. Interesting. When do you know where to take profits? When you have 3 scenarios. Mohammed, I think value area high of July flipped as support. Value area high of July flipped as support. I mean, you saying this entire range or of July? There we go. Yeah, it did get a little flip. Value area high of July. We got a little bounce from the 15-minute order block, right? 15-minute order block and the value area high of July. You could arguably discuss the bullish momentum is there, right? Bullish market structure is there. So for me, it's a little bit risky to short as of yet. As explained at the beginning of the stream, right? I would rather see an impulse down, right? There's no rush. Get an impulse move up, and then maybe July value area high could be resistance. If we do have an impulse down, corrective bounce into levels of resistance could be an interesting shorting zone if we are going to break down, right, in a 1 2 3 4 5, right, or double 1 2, and then just completely change the uptrend. We do our best to detect that. For me right now, if a short is risky, for me it's risky. Don't blame if it does go down. It's just, for me, you can do whatever you want, right? If you're happy with a short, I'm not happy based on the information that I have here and the information that I have from the lows for this to be a major high and look for big moves down from me. I'm not happy with the information. Hence, there's no major short here. There's no short from this local high anyway. Happy to remain long and happy to still not take profit, but I am very wary about when to take profit now. I'll be analyzing a few scenarios, explaining to the trading community, because there is people that are still in this major swing long from 12 days ago, and they want to be informed. I've only informed them. Somebody was asking, because we do day trading analysis on in the community. We look for internal setups in the day for the execution. And someone was asking yesterday, did you take more profits on the swing long? And I will inform, the swing long is there. It's a shellax. There's no changes. Only 25% profits were taken a few days ago, last week, which was informed. Hopefully we can get into a major swing short soon, maybe this week, I don't know, but I'm not happy for a swing short yet, but I will be happy soon. The information is it is developing as expected, of this to be a wave 1 or wave A, this to be wave 2 or B, right? And now we're hitting the highs. This is valid for a finished ABC, but I'm not happy with the short. C wave would be small. Do we finish a 4-5 here? Maybe tomorrow is going to be the swing short zone if we do get a few 4-5s here. So I know exactly what I'm looking for on the short. Okay, there's no rush, and as explained, I don't need to catch the high for the short. If you are targeting the low, do you think it matters in this price action to short here, or short here, right? The higher you short, they're kind of nicer, but when it's risky, it's not worth it, because if you get stopped out once, twice, or you're risking more than you're willing to lose, then it's not that great. We'll want the probabilities in our side to execute the short with good risk management, because then, what's most important is to preserve capital in trading, right? We preserve capital. That's what I like to teach more than making profits. is manage risk and manage your trades. Because it's easy to get into a couple of good, nice, profitable trades, but is it easy to sustain those profits in your account long enough before you burn them? And I know for most, it's not like that, guys. So this is why risk management is the most important thing that I like to teach, and trade execution, period. Why? Because most of people lose money. Well, what's the problem? The problem is the risk management. Well, we need to talk about it more, right? So I will talk about that more than you think every day. Not really much more than I can cover here. I'm looking for 4/5s for the short. If the pullback is going to be nice, 3 wavy, I will be eyeing some major zones of support tomorrow to potentially give a long entry. And if we move down impulsively at some point between today and tomorrow, I'll be eyeing very much the correction and the levels of resistance to speculate in a wave 1, wave 2. This might be it, right? Another 1, 2, but 3, 4, 5, right? We end up rolling over, and that was it. ABC it is, in a running triangle, preferably, right? I won't short the high, but I will be shorting a lower high at levels of resistance if we do get an impulse down, which we will do our best to detect, of course, throughout the next 1 to 2 days. For the moment, we remain long from not only 12 days ago, but from yesterday. There was no short trigger for me, and there was only mainly long triggers. So when we say we'll be patient, we'll see what happens tomorrow, it's like, well, I want to give me a trade now. Well, there's no trade now. There was a trade yesterday in the trading community, which was here, which still, a few of them are still remaining in that long, taken significant profits, which is very much valid as we've taken the local highs, and it is reacting a little bit. It makes sense to collect profits, but overall, it was a nice long trade yesterday here based on the information that we had, right? 3 wave down, we got good support, high volume node. This could still form a higher low here. Lots of people eyeing that level. I did provide that this low was a good short, but also providing that if we do hold and reclaim that point of control here of this mini range, it's a valid long option right there. If we were to maintain below that level and continue breaking down, this was actually a good, nice SFB. We gave the option of an SFB here, but we gave an option of long in here and before coming down there, because some people create longs and shorts. I will first create the internal closest long and short opportunities, and if price were to break down from the level, not giving the short or long option, we'll talk about another option, okay? But we explain very well, if it's broken, there's no trade execution, okay? We want to keep the people in the community safe, basically, and not taking bad trading decisions, right, which can bring them in a big loss, right? We try and teach that very, very often in the community, because we want to protect people. It's all about protecting the profits as well, and that's what we teach based on the trading execution, because you only need one bad trade, right? You only need one bad trade. This is why it's easy to make, a lot of good trades. But if you get screwed in a position where you're adding to shorts or you're adding to longs, and a price ends up being more bullish than you thought, you end up underwater and risking more than you're willing to lose, and that's it. You've had an awesome June and July of trading, and you screwed up on one trade, right? That's the classic story. I've had great June, I've great July, and August has sucked because I've burned all of my profits. We teach people not to do that. When we talk about setups, you will never find a swing setup that is looking at short here, no stop loss for the moment. We'll see how the price moves to the upside and maybe add to the position I'm adding to my short while the price is against me. You will get a couple of lucky trades that will bring you a big position and big profits, but there will be that last trade that burns your account, that does not go in your favor in the end, and you end up adding to the position because you're so bearish and the bear market hasn't finished, right? And we're going to go lower, and there will be a moment that will wreck you. And it's common, right? It's very, very common, and we never support the trading idea of adding to shorts, and we're adding another couple of percentage. Stop loss is very, very high. Don't worry, it will end up rolling over, because at one point it won't go in your favor and just go against you all the time, right? We never talk about those kind of trades in the community, so rest assured. Swing short. Easy to make money, harder to keep it. Very true. Very, very true. But this is why I'm so boring a lot of the times. I'm like, wait, we want this, we want that, I want this level. This is the stop loss. And a lot of people find my way of analysis and being so patient very boring. But it works. And it doesn't matter if trading is boring by it is actually a boring it is boring to trade, because you just need to wait a lot and wait for the best scenarios many times. When it's boring, that's when you're doing it right. When it's exciting, I go to the casino to be excited. I'll go to the casino with $1,000, and then whatever happens. Black, red, blackjack, that's exciting. Trading is boring. If you want to make money with trading, it needs to be boring. For excitement and gambling, I go to the casino. You obviously have to manage your own trades, but with that and volume profile, you get an idea of where huge volume is. For me, at least, as an idiot, no, not an idiot, come on. It makes things a bit easier. Skullbug, yeah, absolutely. There's some great indicators for levels, without a doubt. I burnt my account twice, almost completely last year before finding you, Andy. I had to learn from scratch, and patience was the most valuable lesson. Bath Maria, much love. Yeah, awesome to see you thrive. You're being more patient now, and you're managing risk better now, right? So you know that your risk of burning your account twice has decreased a lot, right? What are the risks now of you burning your account? They are low, because you know what to do. Period. That's it. You and Devil are amazing. You are amazing too. I'm so happy for you, Bath. Much love. Hi, Andy. What about Total 3? Can you have a look at can you have a look for alts? Total 3. If I'm honest with you, I'm really not that interested in altcoins. I have a few bags that are in the dust that hopefully will recover in a few years, and because of the devastating alt season that we had last year, right? Altcoins feel like they're dead. You know, this was another theory that a lot of people had in the previous cycle. Well, in 2024, 25, in the bull run, right? There's no bull run without an altcoin season. There's no crypto bull run if there's no altcoin season. I think that's, you know, in this previous cycle, so many people got wrecked buying altcoins because they did not perform as the previous bull run, right? In 2021. You know, I had a few altcoins. Many of them I've lost. You know, I cannot lie on that. It's just a reality. However, I've been very vocal that, you know, maximum of my portfolio was 20%, which was a lot in altcoins. But I did get to buy a lot of the altcoins very low. I did manage to get out on some altcoins as well, such as ICP. At break even, I have a free bag, right? And this was all vocal on YouTube. I did lose on a few of them, but I was very vocal, guys. This is not even 1% of my account. There's Umbrella, right? UMB. If you've been long enough, you know that I basically lost on Umbrella. I lost on Cadena, and I think it was one or two other ones that I can't remember at the moment. But this was very vocal, guys. This is not even 1% of my portfolio, right? So this is like high risk. You know, we need to diversify on some altcoins and give it a shot. I did end up losing on a few altcoins, but it's part of the game. And because it's a risky bet, you would say, you risk small amounts. Don't worry, if it needs to 100x, it will. If it goes to 0, then that's it. That's why I don't need to basically go all in, right, on an altcoin. That's the danger. That's what happens to a lot of people. I mean, when you take a look at social risk, the amount of people that were here in this bull run in 2021, I had more views on the live stream, you know, in 2021 than now. But I just enjoy it as well, and you know, just want to share everything. Trading becomes a lonely game. I want to share with people that it is possible. But it is true that back in the day, mainly crypto channels in 2021 were booming because, you know, altcoins were flying. They were flying, baby. It was insane. And in this previous bull run, we didn't get as much people coming back, and it was actually worse. It was such a crappy altcoin bull run for most of the altcoins, right? If you say Hyperliquid was good, right? Token, and a few of the other tokens were good depending on where you bought it. But I think most 95% of the altcoins just didn't perform as people were expecting. Ethereum reached all-time high, but it double topped. XRP got a nice move up. I think it did about a 7x from 50 cent range, right? I mean, the XRP run was good, man. If you're not happy with that XRP big explosion that we did get, you know, what can we say? You know, this did get an epic explosion in 2024 into 2025. 50 cents went up to $3, yeah, $3.50, 7x max, 6x average from this low range of 23, 24. And 6x is pretty good, but people got used to, you know, massive upside on the bull runs. We know that these high caps are not going to do that. But people their expectations were much higher, let's say. On the total 3, somebody said, you know, do I have any strong expectations here? Yeah, the risk is I mean, yeah, we can go with logarithmic here. The risk is here, and this is devastating. I don't like this. This total 3, nasty double top here. Since the creation of altcoins, right, mid 2015 or so, that was mainly Ethereum. 2014, right, 15. Major rally for a couple of years to the upside. What I do not like about this chart is you can see it already, right? You know what I'm going to talk about. Right. Contracting, diagonal in a 5-wave structure. 5-wave move up. Do we get a multi-year bear market? I mean, yeah, I'm a little bit off of altcoins, really. A little bit off, not interested. I'm more interested in Bitcoin trading. That's where I end up making more gains in the long run with Bitcoin trading. Slow, responsible, level to level. I'm buying altcoins right now. I'm really not that interested. Me personally, okay, you need to go to an altcoin channel, okay? I'm very off with altcoins. I've lost interest and focused mainly on what I do best, which is Bitcoin trading. Okay. I'm sure there's some altcoin channels, but when I go through altcoin channels, which I used to do in the past, and I put, you go ahead and do it, and you put, for example, XRP on YouTube, or you put Chainlink, or you put, I don't know, whatever altcoin you want, Dogecoin, you're going to see a lot of bullish content. You're going to see it's mainly going to be bullish. 90% is going to be bullish content out there. So it's always been like that. Who are you going to trust? Right? I have to say, I don't trust altcoins. Only a few of them. Ethereum. I think Dogecoin will do well. That's obviously it's the Bitcoin of meme coin. But yeah, I just joined the community today using your link. Would it be possible to take a look at Ethereum? It's looking much more bullish compared to BTC, and I'm thinking it's primed for shorts. Alex, absolutely. We will consider Ethereum levels and analysis, okay, in the community as well, in the BTC updates channel. Much love. Hope you enjoy the community and you see the value and you see the setups that we are looking for, okay, and you enjoy the trading community. Welcome, guys. Remember, for you that you not in the community and you want to join the community, you do have the first link down below. That's where I like to share the setups internally, either if it's going to be for a scalp or a day trade or a swing trade. Now, for day trades, it's interesting for longs and shorts, but for swing trades, it's interesting for swing shorts mainly. And we will do our best to look for swing shorts in the next coming days. It requires patience, okay? But we are basically starting the possibility of having a 3-wave move up, okay? I've been mainly looking at this to be high probability A wave or wave 1 to take out the highs again at some point. We have done already, so we'll be discussing several options, right? You want an ABC, you want a 3-wave move up in a downtrend on the higher time frame to give you that swing short trigger. Once I find that swing short trigger with a solid stop loss, a solid entry, combining all of the information that is needed, I will take the swing short and I will provide it just as I did with the swing long opportunity that I am still on here, okay, with 75% still open, guys. I have not taken more than 25% profits on this swing long position, because the swing long idea was to look for the price to move up, okay, to 67k, and it's been 2 weeks in here already from this swing long. This was the swing long trigger that was given 2 weeks ago, okay? Swing long that could take a few weeks to develop. And this is a good projection. It's, you know, over a $10,000 move projection. We've already done 8,000, so it's doing very well. So of course these swing trades are very, very attractive, and they're very, very big movements. But I haven't got the swing trade trigger yet to come down sub 58k. I don't have it. I do not have the trade yet for the swing short. But it, you know, I will find it with the new information. Okay, now this is very shallow, just a quick move up here. The running triangle for the B wave is the only main option right now, which is not extremely attractive. C wave would be very small. So yeah, no rush at the moment. And if we, you know, if the swing short needs to be taken later on instead of catching the high, it doesn't matter. We'll look to get in before the big move, which is the wave 3, right? For a swing trade, you mainly want to get in the wave 2 if you don't catch the high. If you don't get into wave 2, you miss the big move, literally. So we will, you know, that's the beauty about getting into a long or a short. You can long the low, or long a higher low on the lower time frame, or long the next higher low, right, to take out the highs. You don't need to, you know, you don't need to catch you. The market will give you another opportunity if you don't catch the high. And yeah. Right, let's go through the comment section. For sure, I've learned tons from you and Devils over the past months, and I'm glad I finally joined. Appreciate all your work and insights. Alex, much love to you, my man. If you've learned tons, you will learn even more right now, you know, by analyzing the different scenarios locally on the 5-15 minute time frame that we like to discuss in the community. More viewers then but better quality viewers now. Very true, very true. That's a very, very good comment right there. More viewers then, but better quality viewers now. Very true. I only want good quality viewers, people that enjoy and see the power of the analysis and levels and you know, the information that we provide. Could give a quick insight on Ethereum in regards to a short. Right, yeah, sorry about that. Let's take a look at Ethereum, right? Why not? We're going to take a look at Ethereum here on Bybit. Why not? Let's go on the regular. We'll zoom out later on the logarithmic. Interesting here that Ethereum looks like it is popping out from the point of control of the last of the range since 2021, basically, right? We got a quick bounce right there and then came down literally to the valley area low of the entire zone since 2021 February. This is a big range. It's a big multi-year range, and we're coming to valley area low, which naturally is you get a bullish reaction, right? It's just there's no more to it. if I were to consider the waves and levels, let's go very, very locally here on the 4 hourly. Let's get this off the chart. Let's get a couple of anchored VWAPs, one from all-time high, one from the next major lower high, and one from the next major lower high. Anchored VWAPs are taken from major pivots, major pivot lower highs. Yeah, we are coming into major resistance area here, value area low of the trading range since February of this year. So we got a multi-monthly value area low here on Ethereum is coming in here at $1,900. Big resistance in this area. Anchored VWAP from the latest lower high, which is at 2,500, 2,450 to be more exact. This is looking primed for a correction. However, we don't have a major level order block or anything here. Daily level, no weekly level, of course. ABC potential. Can we have an ABC potential here for a flat? Absolutely can. I don't like this very much because it's very 3-wavy. Looking for a short trade on Ethereum here is looking very attractive, I have to say. Somebody actually pointed, I think it was you, pointed out this rally. This move up does not look very great as an impulse. 3-wave down, hitting the 0.9 Fibonacci. Minimum target for the flat target, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It does look like, you know, this could be the 5th wave. Volume increasing. Not a fan of seeing volume increasing. Really depends on Bitcoin. But can this be an ABC up for Ethereum? It absolutely could. I would really prefer on Ethereum, looking at the lower time frame, because we got this insane push up throughout today, and we got the 1-2 potential, the same analysis that we discussed on Bitcoin, where we have multiple 1-2s today. 3, you want a couple of 4-5s, getting a little bit of more upside momentum throughout today and tomorrow. It does look like that Ethereum could follow up with those 4-5s internally with today's push up. A couple of 1-2s and a couple of 4-5s coming up to the value area low of the zone since February. It could be very interesting. We want a little bit of choppiness here with decreasing volume, creating, you know, higher highs, and this could be the exhaustion trigger to get the reversal. I need a few 4-5s. I also need that on Bitcoin, because if Bitcoin takes the drop of 5%, then, you know, Ethereum will highly likely follow naturally, right? Because Bitcoin is the leader. Based on local elite wave theory, I do understand that this could be an ABC. and we could be going down. However, I want to be a little bit more patient. I understand Bitcoin and understand that Ethereum could also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We just pushed up right now to take out the local highs very intensively. So getting exhaustion, you know, your fifth waves because it could extend. Getting 2 more 4-5s here is ideal to basically, you know, getting into the value area low to get into that short trigger. Okay, we'll be following this up. I like Ethereum, so I will be following Ethereum here throughout the next 1 to 2 days. Basically, I will follow up Ethereum on tomorrow's analysis inside of the trading community to look for also that potential short on Ethereum. Longs, not that interested. We would have to get a corrective pullback. We'll see about that. We'll see. We're on a couple of 4-5s at least here, and maybe depending on what Bitcoin's doing, I need to know what Bitcoin's doing to be confident on that Ethereum trade. We will follow up. Looks very interesting. I didn't think there was nothing bullish above 73k as we are in a bear market. Well, yeah, I mean, plan for tomorrow. We'll be planning. We'll be planning many things. Andy, I'm so grateful to have your guidance during my first bear market. You are very welcome, Bath Maria. Much love to you. Guys, I'm going to wrap it up. Spain is playing in 30 minutes, so we're going to watch the Spain game against France. Okay, so much love to everyone. Thanks for joining today's stream. I will not, I might be doing, a video update maybe. But I will be doing is the follow-ups inside of the trading community to see if we can find an entry or an execution. Okay, if you are interested, you know where to find us, guys. Send me the word access if you want to join the trading community for those daily updates. Thank you, legends. Stay safe. Y vamos a España. See you tomorrow.